또 어떻게 여기 입구를 다 막아놓으면 얘 입구를 막아놓으면 어디다
영어 채널입니다. 2번 영어 채널입니다. 2번 영어 채널입니다. 나오고 있나요? 네, 감사합니다. 한국어
Hey, hey, hey.
네, 장례가 전동되는 대로 행사를 시작하겠습니다.
Once
예정
you're
시간이
ready and we are
10시보다
going
조금
to start
늦게
the
시작하더라도
forum, so
많은
please
양해를
bear with us
부탁드리겠습니다.
because we are going to start the forum the later than scheduled. Thank you.
네, 행사장 뒤쪽에 앉아 계신 분들께서는 최대한 앞쪽으로 착석해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 예, 10시 2분부터 아시아 기후금융 활성화 포럼을
We are going to
시작하겠습니다.
officially
참석해
start
주신
the Asia
분들께서는
Climate
자리에
Finance
착석해
Forum
주시기
at
바랍니다.
1:05. Please be seated. Thank you.
예, 지금부터 아시아 기후금융
From
활성화
now on,
포럼을
we want to officially
시작하겠습니다.
start the Asia
행사에
Climate
참석해
Finance
주신
Forum
분들께서는
line 2.
자리에
Ask all
참석해
the
주시기
participants
바랍니다.
to take your seats.
오늘 포럼에 참석해
For
주신
today's
분들을 환영합니다.
forum, line
그리고
2
유튜브를
extend our
통해서
sincere
시청해
appreciation
주시는
to
모든
everyone
분들도
as well as
환영합니다.
the online participants.
안녕하십니까?
Good
저는
morning,
오늘
ladies and
포럼의
gentlemen. I am the MC for the morning session. I am the Secretary Ji Hong-min to the office of the lawmaker Sang-hyuk Park. Before we begin today's forum, please rise and then face the national flag for the allegiance of the pledges.
경례.
Salute to the national flag. I pledge in front of the proud Taeguk flag allegiance to the Republic of Korea for the eternal glory of the country, liberty and freedom to the Republic of Korea. At ease, please be seated.
다음으로 오늘 행사를 위해
Next,
참석하신
I'd like to
내빈들의 인사말을 청해 듣겠습니다.
Invite our distinguished guests for the giving opening remarks. First and foremost, as a co-host, we would like to invite the Sang-hyuk Park of the member of the Democratic Party of Korea to the podium.
예, 인사드리겠습니다. 저는
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Sang-hyuk Park, the senior, the member of the National Assembly, and I am the lawmaker of the Democratic Party of Korea. First and foremost, I'd like to thank all the distant guests for taking your invaluable time despite your busy schedule. I'd like to also thank the climate ambassador for the Gyeonggi province, Kang, as well as all the distant guests and the speakers and experts for taking your time and commitments. Thank you so much once again for your attendance, even though in a very cold weather in the morning. As for me, when it comes to climate crisis, it's not just only a warning, but it's the reality that we are facing, which are really well and deeply felt by the experts here, as well as all the global citizens. In this regard, to combat the climate crisis and to maintain and protect our environment, and now we have to also focus on the survival of economy and industries of the time. The securing the massive funds required for the transition to carbon neutrality is difficult to achieve solely through the national finances. We cannot do by only one country. In this regard, the participation of the private finance and the circulation of innovative capital will determine the sustainability of our climate response as the key pillar that we have to fulfill. And in this regard, I believe that climate finance and the climate disclosure are the key pillars so that we can absolutely have our commitments in the sharing our commitments and transparency, along with the climate finance and the disclosure. The period up to 2030 is the golden window for industrial transition. Missing this window will inevitably leave us behind amid intensifying the global carbon regulations and supply chain restructuring. Especially major economies like Singapore, Japan, and Hong Kong have already proactively introduced disclosure systems online with international standards, the guiding global capital investment decisions. It is now high time for us in Korea to establish the internationally consistent disclosure framework to enhance investor trust and strengthen our climate finance competitiveness. In this regard, the Asia Disclosure Network initiative being promoted through this forum is a highly significant milestone. If this collaboration materialized, then the climate finance ecosystem jointly created by investors, financial institutions, and the governments across Asia will become a solid foundation driving sustainable industrial transition in the Asian region. Achieving the sustainable foundations for the industries across the world. By taking this opportunity, I'd like to also focus and highlight that we can absolutely upgrade our commitments for the climate disclosure and green finance. I'd like to also thank the Seoul National University, the Center for the Energy and Environmental Law and the Policy, as well as all the related institutions for your hard work. Throughout the full day forum today, we also hope that we can gather all the wisdoms across Asia to activate the climate finance and disclosure. Thank you very much once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, National Assembly Member Sang-hyuk Park. Next, I'd like to invite the Geumsilgang Climate Ambassador of Gyeonggi Province. I will invite her to the stage. As introduced, my name is Geumsilgang, Climate Ambassador of Gyeonggi Province. First of all, congratulate you on the opening of the Asia Climate Finance Forum. It's a great honor for me to give you a congratulatory speech. I'd like to also thank Mrs. Doris Wang, Professor Hidefusa Lida, Mrs. Yvonne Kam, and Mrs. Julia Tay for attending this forum. I'd like to also thank the Congressman Park Sang-hyuk as well as the Seoul National University Center for Environmental Energy, Law and Policy, and Climate Tech Center, and the lawyer Ji Hyun-young for organizing today's event. Last month at the COP30 was held in Belém, Brazil, and countries reached an agreement to triple the adaptation finance available to developing countries, raising it to $120 billion by 2035. However, as you know, the climate finance is essential for both mitigation and adaptation efforts. However, global climate finance has not expanded fast enough to keep us on track for the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal. The finance amount has been doubled, but to keep the rise in global temperature within 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2030, we still need at least 5 times the current pace. One of the most important preconditions for scaling up climate finance is a transparent and trustworthy ESG information infrastructure and strong corporate climate disclosure system. As the World Economic Forum has identified climate and environmental risks as the biggest threats of the next decade, investors too are shifting their focus from traditional financial indicators to non-financial metrics such as climate change and supply chain disruptions. European countries are fast in adopting the disclosing system, but major countries in Asia like Japan, Hong Kong, Singapore, and Taiwan are establishing disclosure standards in advance and preemptively and adopting policies to expand climate finance. The Korean government has set the energy transition based on renewables and growth-driven financial innovation as key national strategies with the new administration, but the climate discussions has started. And the law was proposed, but it was not discussed enough at the National Assembly. And the climate disclosure system was discussed, but we have not seen any tangible results yet. At this juncture, today's forum is very meaningful for Korea because we can listen to the experiences of many Asian countries in terms of climate disclosure system. I think it is a great forum for us to share our experiences and discuss the sophistication method, and I think that this will be very meaningful opportunities for all of us. Thank you very much. Climate Ambassador Kim Sil-kang, please give her a big round of applause. Next, I'd like to invite Congressman for his remarks. Good morning, everyone. I'm Seo Wang-jin, the floor leader of the Korea Innovation Party. As mentioned by the Climate Ambassador Kang Kim-sil, I'd like to give you congratulatory remarks. Climate crises are reshaping the economy and the world, and many countries around the world are making an effort to establish the climate disclosure system, and the climate change is not limited to environment. Financial institutions are adjusting their systems to evaluate the effect of the climate crisis, and this kind of climate-related factors has become one of the very important evaluation standards. And this climate disclosure has become a very key factors. And climate disclosure is not just the transition obligations. This can be an opportunity to lead the global financial sector. In this regard, I think the transition finance and Asian financial cooperation are very important topics which will be discussed today. I hope that this forum will be an opportunity to present the direction for the Asia climate finance, and for Korea, it could serve as a foundation for establishing its standard. And at the National Assembly, members of the National Assembly are discussing the disclosing system to improve the predictability of the corporations and role of the state finance in supporting the transition industry. But we have not reached an agreement in a unanimous voice. And establishing the incorporation of climate risk into the financial supervision will be our tasks. And I think our party discusses this issue actively. And the Democratic Party also discussed this topic a lot. And I hope this discussion will mark the first step in this journey. Thank you very much. And please give him a big round of applause. I'd like to thank all the speakers for giving the congratulatory remarks, and we will take a group photo on the podium. So I'd like to ask all the VIPs to come to the podium for a group photo.
이제 포럼의 오전 세션을 시작하겠습니다.
Now we will begin the morning session of today's forum, and all the presentations and discussions is live streamed through the YouTube channel, Sang-hyuk TV. We are holding the morning session with a presentation from Singapore, Taiwan, China, Hong Kong, Japan, and Korea's sustainability disclosure system. And first, I'd like to invite the first speaker, the Julia Tay, the EY Asia Pacific Public Policy Leader, and she will make a presentation on the sustainability reporting, ISSB, standard introduction, and the assurance status. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
안녕하세요. My name is Julia Tay, EY's Asia Pacific Public Policy Leader, and I am a partner based in Singapore. Firstly, I would like to congratulate the SNU's Law Center for Energy and Environmental Law and Policy for convening this Asia Climate Finance Forum, and thank you very much for your invitation. I'm delighted to share this platform with my fellow distinguished panelists. The world is not moving in the same direction and pace of adoption of sustainability reporting. Sustainability has faced political backlash in the US, while in the EU, there is industrial pushback for simplification. But there is a silver lining in Asia Pacific where sustainability reporting based on the ISSB standards is broadly embraced. Against this backdrop, I will cover three main topics today. Firstly, I will provide an overview of the sustainability reporting policies in Asia Pacific before diving deeper into Singapore's climate disclosure regime, as well as Singapore's effort to promote climate finance. Secondly, I will share some observations from earlier sustainability reports, which provide some best practices for future adopters. And lastly, to combat greenwashing risks, I will touch on the topic of sustainability assurance, which is being mandated in many countries. So the first session of my presentation will examine the trends of ISSB adoption in Asia Pacific and Singapore. As mentioned, not all countries are moving at the same pace, but the momentum is unmistakable. The IFRS Foundation's progress report published in June reported that 36 jurisdictions, together representing more than half of the world's GDP, have adopted or are in the process of adopting the ISSB standards. I understand that this number has now reached over 40 jurisdictions. Of these 36 jurisdictions, I can confidently say that the majority are in the Asia-Pacific region, and the key jurisdictions are represented on this slide. From this high-level comparison table, you can see that there are more commonalities in yellow text than differences between the sustainability reporting regimes across our Asia-Pacific markets. In terms of scope, most of our jurisdictions are taking a climate-first approach, either by extending the standard ISSB one-year relief to multiple years or only requiring climate reporting under their regulatory regime. In terms of reporting entities, aside from listed companies in several key jurisdictions, including Singapore, large non-listed entities are also captured in the mandatory reporting regimes. In terms of first-year reporting, 2025 is a big year, with the bulk of our Asia-Pacific markets commencing their mandatory reporting regimes under a phased approach. And in terms of relief, most jurisdictions have adopted the ISSB reliefs and added on extra local reliefs, such as extending the period for voluntary disclosure of Scope 3 emissions. And in terms of assurance, we are seeing that many of our APEC jurisdictions are mandating some form of assurance, limited assurance in most cases, to enhance trust and confidence in the disclosures and capital markets more broadly. And lastly, the most important, in terms of ISSB alignment, most of the Asia-Pacific jurisdictions on this slide have fully or partially adopted or intend to adopt the ISSB standards under their reporting regime. So overall, the region is moving in a consistent direction, and Singapore's approach is very much aligned with this collective momentum. So let me first cover Singapore's climate disclosure regime, and this is the roadmap for the listed companies. So in June 2022, Singapore established the Sustainability Reporting Advisory Committee, or the SRAC, sponsored by the Accounting and Corporate Regulatory Authority, ACRA, and the Singapore Stock Exchange. The advisory committee was created to help guide companies on their sustainability reporting roadmap. In February 2024, ACRA and the Stock Exchange officially announced the Singapore Climate-Related Disclosures, or what they call the CRD roadmap. So Singapore is taking a climate-first approach. And they had the following, following recommendations by the committee. They announced this roadmap. So then in September 2024, the committee announced that it would incorporate the ISSB standards into its sustainability reporting regime, making Singapore one of the first in the region to take that step. This will be phased from FY 2025, beginning with Scope 1 and 2 emissions for listed companies, while Scope 3 and non-listed entities will follow in later phases. Recognizing that reliable disclosures require strong assurance, the committee also recommended that external assurance be phased in from FY 2029 onwards, with limited assurance over Scope 1 and 2 emissions, and for the auditing profession to receive targeted support through training and guidance. However, just a few months ago, in August 2025, Singapore announced an extension of its climate disclosure timelines to support companies in developing reporting capabilities. This adjustment takes into account the global economic landscape as well as feedback to take into greater consideration the varying levels of resources and readiness in climate reporting. In particular, a trade association in Singapore called the Singapore Business Federation provided feedback that smaller listed companies needed more time to be fully ready for the ISSB-based climate-related disclosures. However, it's good to note that the revised roadmap maintains ambition. All listed issuers will still be required to report Scope 1 and 2 emissions from FY 2025, but large non-listed companies will have a longer runway before mandatory adoption in FY 2030. The Straits Times Index companies, which comprises the top 30 companies by market capitalization in Singapore, will continue to lead efforts to implement other ISSB-based climate-related disclosures from FY 25 and Scope 3 emissions from FY 2026. For STI constituents and other entities required to provide ISSB-based climate-related disclosures, industry-relevant metrics in IFRS S2 are effectively required where applicable. Similarly, the assurance requirement will also be phased, starting with listed companies in 2029, 2 years later than the original timeline, and large non-listed companies in FY 2032. In Singapore, sustainability reporting is currently governed through the Singapore Exchange Regulation listing rules and sustainability reporting guide, which are binding on listed issuers. While the ISSB provides the baseline, Singapore also continues to reference other frameworks such as the TCFD and GHG protocol, ensuring interoperability with global markets. At the same time, Singapore tailors its approach to local needs, for example, by developing sectoral guidance and transition taxonomies for high-emission industries. So these requirements sit within a broader legal framework, including Singapore's Carbon Pricing Act 2018, which is administered by the National Environment Agency. Under the IFRS S2 standards, which Singapore has adopted, there is a requirement for entities to disclose an explanation of whether and how the entity is applying a carbon price in decision-making and the price of each metric ton of greenhouse gas the entity uses to assess the cost of its emissions. So this other slide shows the revised roadmap for the large non-listed companies. So beyond disclosure, Singapore's effort in climate finance have been equally deliberate and strategic. The Monetary Authority of Singapore has made green finance a national priority, rolling out the Green Finance Action Plan, funding support for sovereign and corporate green bonds, and providing grants to build capacity among external reviewers, verifiers, and assurance providers. Singapore also launched the Singapore Asia Taxonomy, a science-based framework which sets out clear definitions for green and transition activities. It is designed to be interoperable with international frameworks such as the EU Taxonomy and helps investors identify credible transition opportunities. To deepen the ecosystem, Singapore updated its Green Bond Framework earlier this year, aligning it to the Singapore Asia Taxonomy and setting out how proceeds from public sector green bonds targeted to be up to 35 billion by 2030 will be used. And because Singapore is an important country for ASEAN, at the regional level, the newly released ASEAN Taxonomy for Sustainable Finance version 4, announced just weeks ago at the ASEAN Capital Markets Forum, the ACMF, builds on these efforts, creating a common reference point across ASEAN for green and transition finance while allowing flexibility for national circumstances. So these initiatives, as you see on this slide, together with the carbon pricing framework, form the backbone of Singapore's push to anchor itself as a regional hub for credible, high-integrity finance. So the good news for countries entering mandatory sustainability reporting regimes is that they can learn from the experiences of earlier adopters like New Zealand and the EU. New Zealand began mandatory reporting in 2024, coinciding with the EU's CSRD's Wave 1 rollout, and many companies have already adopted the TCFD framework voluntarily. So with the benefit of lessons learned from earlier reports, later adopters have the chance for a stronger first year of sustainability reporting adoption. EY's CSRD report in April analyzed 200 reports of first-time adopters published by 28th of March 2025. So a fun fact on this slide is that the number of pages of sustainability statements range from 84 pages to 147 pages with the average of 123 pages, so that you can see it's quite a lot of information. However, let me caution that more is not always good. Of the 10 material topics under the European Sustainability Reporting Standards, a high proportion, or close to 100% of companies address the topics on own workforce, climate change, and business conduct. However, disclosures regarding affected communities, water and marine resources, and pollution were comparatively lower, suggesting that further development in stakeholder engagement and reporting on these topics may need more time to mature. And as mentioned earlier, New Zealand implemented mandatory sustainability reporting under its own standards in 2024. The first year of climate disclosures offered valuable insights, and the regulator actually published what are the best practices that they observe and what are the areas of improvement, and that helps not only just the New Zealand reporters, but also future reporters. So in the interest of time, I will not go through this. I will still have to cover another section. So, and then I'll just move on very quickly to the last point. Because I think assurance is very important in lending trust and confidence in the sustainability reports that stakeholders and investors receive. So the OECD's Global Corporate Sustainability Report in 2025, which was just released last month, found that 91% of listed companies by global market capitalization disclosed sustainability-related information in 2024, up from 86% just 2 years ago. And that 81% of the market capitalization represented in those disclosures is subject to some form of external assurance. So mind you that these levels of disclosures and assurance, if even before mandatory reporting and assurance regimes have kicked in for many countries, right? So I think these signs are very good. So this shift signals that markets are moving quickly towards expecting the same level of trust and rigor in sustainability information as in financial reporting. And Singapore's move to start with limited assurance over greenhouse gas metrics is therefore timely and positions itself well to meet this global demand for credible and decision-useful information. And I'll just show you this slide, still based on EY's CSRD barometer, where we studied 200 CSRD reports in the first year. You will see that the majority of the companies that reported actually received unqualified reports. There were only 2 companies, or 1%, that received qualified reports. So to conclude, I think there remains regulatory fragmentation in sustainability reporting globally. The silver lining is that ISSB standards are broadly embraced in Asia Pacific. Singapore's approach to sustainability reporting is not just internationally aligned, but also pragmatic, as it takes a phased approach in mandating reporting and limited assurance. So please bear in mind that climate risks are no longer distant but immediate, causing economic disruptions like floods, haze, and typhoons. Lastly, I urge all companies not to view reporting just as a compliance exercise, not as a tick box exercise, but as a strategic opportunity to shape long-term value creation. So I would like to leave you this Native American proverb: we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. This helps to remind us the importance of taking care of our planet for our future generations. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
예, 줄리아 테이 공공정책 리더님.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Next, I'd like to invite Doris Wang, the representative of the Accounting Research and Development Foundation.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and I'm Doris from Taiwan. And probably before I give my presentation, I give a little background about my foundation, okay? ARDF, we are the research, actually we are the research department for our government agency, and the special for the Financial Supervisory Commission. So we do lots of research for accounting standards, sustainability standards, also valuation, XPR, such as. So today I will share with you about our Taiwan experience about the climate disclosure, and also we expect to have Asia finance collaboration. Okay, here's my outline for today. Because Taiwan adopted IFRS starting from the 2013, so we need to back to 2013 until today, almost about 12 years experience. Then I will give you about what kind the experience we have for sustainability disclosure and the green finance plan in Taiwan starting from the 2017. So it's not right now, also a few years ago. And we have version 1, version 2, and right now version 3. Then, and we hope we can have, after this forum, we can have an Asia Climate Finance Networking, and then the conclusion. Okay, let's look at this one. And starting from the 2013, Taiwan fully adopted IFRS. And at that time, I'm also the chairperson for my foundation. So we fully adopt IFRS. We do the translation, we do the research, we do the education. And so also we keep up our corporate governance roadmap. That's the first year. We call the CG version 1. And in 2015, we announced for our listing company need to adopt GRI as a framework for our ESG report. And after that, and we go to our second version for the CG, that's in 2018. And in 2020, we kick up our CG version 3, and we try to move to the ESG direction. So we focus on our CSR report to the ESG report, also refer to TCFD and the SASB. I think the climate, and I think TCFD is very important for the climate research. Also SASB, that's good for the industry experience. And after that, in 2023, and we just fully have about the Sustainable Development Action Plan, and we, as other country, we set a net zero goal for the 2050. Also, we refer to the coastal ICSR because internal control is very important for this. And also, we align to the IFRS, ISSB S1 and S2. So here is our 5 pillars for our Sustainable Development Action Plans. We have a net zero, we have a governance, we have a transparency, and we have communication and the digitalization. So after 2023, and we start another journey. So we focus more on the ISSB standards, because ISSB was established in 2021, and Taiwan announced fully adopt IFRS ISSB in 2023. So starting from 2024, we complete all the translation for the S1 and S2 into Chinese. And also, we do also research and promotion plan. In 2025, this year, we also do some amendment for our law regulation to meet the S1 and S2. So we will move forward, especially for the big company, top 100 listing company in Taiwan, who are required to disclose S1 and S2 in 2026. So we need to prepare earlier. So here is a roadmap aligned with ISSB, and we fully adopt ISSB standards right now, S1 and S2. Also in our annual report, and we have special section for the S1 and S2. And we also have the transition relief for the first year. And also all the list company for the phase 1, and I mean about the more than 100 company required to disclose S1 and 2 next year. So for the implementation timetable, you can see the first one, we are required the company have very good internal control framework, also need to implement COSO. They have the 3 objectives, 5 components, 17 principles. Then the ESG report, and actually right now we use the GRI as a framework, but we are moved to S1 and S2 later on. Also, for our annual report, special section, and I say from next year, have a special one for the S1 and S2. And so right now, most listing companies start to prepare for this. And anything for special for the new project, need to have someone responsible for that. So in my country, the Sustainability and Climate Disclosure Standard, the major institutional role played by the Financial Supervisory Commission. That's our government agency. So, and the FSC, they respond for the regulator. Also, they sign the contract with IFRS for the ISSB, SASB for licensing authority. And our Taiwan Stock Exchange and the Taipei Stock Exchange, they're in charge for the disclosure rule and the governance evaluation. ARDF is my foundation, okay? We just do the translation, education, expert taxonomy, that kind of research and the promotion. So here is our work group. Even for the IFRS in 2013, we used the same framework, okay, for the IFRS standard. And so this one we also use for the ISSB. So group 1, the ARDF responds for the group 1, we do the translation, research, promotion. And the group 2, I think that's the Taiwan Stock Exchange. They do lots of research for the implementation or some practice guideline. And number 3, that's our Stock and Exchange Bureau. They're in charge for the law regulation amendment. And group 4, that's the Taipei Stock Exchange. They do the research or also promotion, education. Actually, these 4 groups support by the group 1 because we are the foundation. We do the research, we do the education, so we provide all the materials for other 3 groups. In Taiwan, running for the disclosure standard we adopt, I think the GRI is the first one we do that for our ESG reports, a framework. So just I mentioned in the 2015, and the TCFD mandatory for the financial institutes, and the SASB industry metrics encourage that because there are 77 industries for the SASB standards. And the F1 and S2 and mandatory from the 2026. Also, we think the digitalization is very important. Right now, we just complete all the translation for the S1 and S2 taxonomy. And also, we are doing some case study for this next year. So here, we pretty much interact with the ISB. So the Professor Bai is here, right? So that's the last April I was in Seoul. We attend the IFAS meeting. And another picture, I visited Frankfurt, that's ISSB headquarters. I met Veronica, she's another ISSB board member. We pretty follow the IFRS foundation. So in Taiwan, ARDF, my foundation, we have 6 committees. Okay, we have 1 for the financial accounting standards. We have another one for sustainability standards. We try to follow the IFRS, so we have joint meeting almost every 6 months. Okay, try to exchange experience and knowledge for 2 committees. And we think XBI is very important. So we ask Taiwan Stock Exchange company to help. So we do lots of the digital research and the exposure. So in the past, most that's on the PDF format. Right now, change to the XBRL. So easy for the governments, also easy for the investor to do the research. For the XBRL format, they have the text block and the true, false, and multiple choice. So not like the other disclosure, it's pretty loose. And the XBRL, you have structured data, so easy for the governments, also easy for research. So I think for the accessibility, also for the climate finance, the capacity building are very important for all of us. So in Taiwan, we spend lots of time for the capacity building, especially the IFRS S1 and the S2. We're starting from the S2 because S2 pretty similar to the TCFD. Just like other countries, we start from S2 first. And we do about 11 industry case study for the S2. Also do lots of like kind of forum for that. So we do our research and the promotion event. That's just like I showed the picture. We promote the S1, the S2 in our Taipei conference hall. And that time we have more than 3,000 people to attend. And also just this year, I think Professor Bai also came to Taiwan. That's our ESG summit. That time we have more than 20,000 people to attend. So we try to promote the good experience about the ESG, that kind of knowledge. Then I will mention about the climate finance, because we have a Green Finance Action Plan. The version 1 in 2017. Okay, and right now we have version 3. So for this green finance, our goal is to achieve Taiwan 2050 net zero transition. So we have 12 key strategies. So you can see green finance is the number 11 for the 12 strategies. That's our national policy, also national strategy. And starting from the version 1, only in the green energy, that one industry. And version 2, they have more industry. And for the version 3, we want to expand more and more industry, but we find the problem. There is some sufficient definition for these two. So we need to do some research and capacity building to build people knowledge. So for our plan version 3, we have one vision, and we have 3 core strategies, and we have 5 implementation. I think the ecosystem is most important part. So we also have our 5 key points for the plan, and GHG inventory and the climate risk management are the base for this one. And we expect the benefits that's been all the financing institutions need to join this. And the supply chain is very important. Also, we try to achieve our low carbon emission. So you can look down this. We ask all the big companies, they have assurance, okay, starting from the 2024. And in 2029, all our listing companies must have assurance report. Also, so far, just last year's statistics, we have more than 90% of listed companies, they already disclose the GHG protocol, that kind of information. Also, we have more than 50% company, they already disclose the Scope 3 information. So for our Asia Climate Finance Networking, I think that's very important for this. Why we need this? Because cross-border supply chain become more and more popular, and we want to share the climate risk. Also, there's a need for comparable disclosure. So you can see in Taiwan, we do lots of for the capacity building. We do our study and also the example book for 11 industry or some guideline. So as I just mentioned, we use XBRL for S1 and S2. Even you can check our Taiwan Stock Exchange website, you can get this kind of data for free. So my conclusion, Taiwan really followed IFRS ISSB, and we think the Asia Climate Finance Networking is very important. Taiwan is ready for that. Thank you very much.
네, 도리스 왕 대표님 발제 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you very much once again for your great presentation, CEO Doris Wang. We'd like to invite the Ken, even from the PwC, the China and Hong Kong, and the presenter will be giving the presentations on the specific features and characteristics of the sustainability disclosure.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yvonne Kam, an accountant by birth, but transferred into doing sustainability for a number of years now. I wouldn't mention how many years. It actually scares me myself a little bit. So today I will cover two significant territories. One is Hong Kong, and the other one is Chinese mainland. Both quite different. Well, I don't need to elaborate on this. This is the roadmap of which ISSB had its footprint on. To date, the number of territories, excluding the US, covers 60% of the world's GDP. And approximately, it also accounts for 60% of the world's emissions to date. So quite an achievement. So coming to Hong Kong and Chinese mainland. This page looks a bit busy, and it's because our territories have busy roadmaps. So I will begin with Hong Kong SAR, and then I will move to Chinese mainland. In Hong Kong, born Hong Konger, we have always had green transitioning in mind, and but at the same time, we also want to follow the ISB standards. Why reinvent the wheel when a wheel has been invented? So, coming from Hong Kong, the HKICPA, the accounting setting body, has been commissioned to be the standard setter for sustainability reporting standards. And we follow the ISB standards. The standard setting process is very easy. Just do a word search of I within ISSB, and then you replace it with HK, and you've got Hong Kong standards. It just follows the same methodology that we use for accounting standards. That's Hong Kong. But the ISB standards only has S1 and S2 to date. What about some of these other topics? Well, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange steps in. The Hong Kong Stock Exchange has always had its sustainability disclosure requirements. So what it did in 2024 was to add in all the elements of S1 and S2 relating to climate into their existing ESG guidance. It also enhanced it so that it becomes a code. A code has more authority than a guidance, and all the climate sits in one place, and all the other non-climate metrics that previously already existed sits in other parts of the code. I will elaborate in a minute. That's Hong Kong. One more word for Hong Kong. So if the existence of two versions, the Hong Kong government, the HKEX version applies to all listed companies. The HKICPA version applies to everyone and anyone who wants to apply it for the meantime. And the Hong Kong government has a roadmap in place. I will talk about that in a minute. The ideal is that gradually the Hong Kong EX will adopt the HKICPA version. Similarly to accounting standards, it relinquishes its right of standard setting to the HKICPA. Let me move to the mainland China. Well, the Ministry of Finance is the government authority who's been commissioned to set sustainability reporting standards. It does not do it by itself. The Ministry of Finance has been very good with setting accounting standards, but sustainability standards covers a lot of different themes. It liaises and coordinates with 9 other government authorities behind the scene, including the Ministry of Environment and Ecology, including the Development Council, and all other the Ministry of Finance, as well as the China CSRC, China Securities and Regulatory Commission, which is the securities regulators, 9 different commissions, together 10, they issue the sustainability disclosure standards for China. So the Ministry of Finance, when they issued the Chinese standards, they issued it on behalf of 10 ministries sitting behind it. So again, it follows ISB standards, but that's only S1 and S2. The stock exchanges steps in. The 3 stock exchanges, supported by the CSRC, the securities regulators in China, has issued guidance for listed companies for the meantime, covering 21 different topics. Again, the plan is when ISB standards are ready, it will gradually replace the stock exchanges version. So I'll go into Hong Kong SAR. I will spend very little time on the HKICPA versions, but more on the stock exchanges version. The stock exchange has always had its version of disclosure standards. The newest version, which is aligns with ISB standards, is applicable to large cap issuers in 2025 and other main board issuers and GEM issuers in 2026. But just with the large cap issuers, it already covers 75% of the market cap, 75% of market cap, which is very significant amount. From 2025 onwards, Scope 1 and Scope 2 is mandatory. Well, before 2025, it's already been mandatory for many years. I will elaborate in a minute. In Hong Kong, we use financial materiality. It's not double materiality, but we use as financial materiality, given we follow the ISB standards. As I said earlier, everything related to climate has been added to Part D of the ESG code. Everything that used to be there, excluding climate, remains in parts A, B, and C. So not a lot of new things added, only related to climate. In terms of assurance, it's not yet mandated, but more than 60% of the Hong Kong index companies already have some form of assurance on their metrics and targets. For Hong Kong, I need not say, a roadmap will be in place very soon, and I'll talk about that in a minute, for the Hong Kong ICPA version. Yeah. So Hong Kong EX. The Hong Kong Stock Exchange has probably been one of the pioneers of requiring listed companies to provide some sort of ESG disclosure in the world. As early as 2013, we already had our first voluntary disclosure regime until 2016. And then you can see through this roadmap, every few years, it enhances its requirement. 2020, we introduced TCFD concepts. 2021, we published guidance to help companies understand how to prepare proper disclosures. And it's a very good guidance, very easy to read and understand. 2013, issued consultation papers, and then 2025 and beyond, requirement of main board and large cap issuers to disclose this year. It's every few years, it's up its requirements. I'm going to spend 30 seconds on this slide, which is the Hong Kong regime looks exactly like the ISB standards. Replace the I in ISB with HK, and you've got Hong Kong standards. Hong Kong government steps in. Hong Kong government in December of 2024, issued a roadmap. What the roadmap says is, by 2028, all publicly accountable entities in Hong Kong will be required to use ISB standards to disclose, to prepare reports. What are publicly accountable entities? Other than listed companies, non-listed banks with significant impact in Hong Kong, and also non-listed groups with significant impact in Hong Kong. For example, the Hong Kong Jockey Club, it's non-listed, but very significant impact. So they have issued a roadmap in December 24. And in December 24 also, the HKSCPA, after consultation with the ISB, issued the two standards. Up and coming, the Hong Kong government is also doing its study on how to determine where do you cut publicly accountable entities. For example, for banks, we have big banks, both listed and non-listed, and we have small and medium-sized banks, and we have branches of international banks. Where do you draw the line? The Hong Kong Monetary Authority is doing their study on this. And the final decision will come out in due course. The AFRC, the Accounting and Financial Reporting Council, is also stepping in. They are stepping in to study how the assurance environment should be and could be regulated. The numbers issued by the companies would not be totally good or can be trusted upon until someone comes in and provide assurance on those numbers. This is very similar to financial reporting used in capital markets. So the AFRC has already mentioned that by December, by this month, they will come up with a consultation paper on which type of companies will need to disclose based on what type of standards. At the same time, what type of information would need to be assured by who, and how will the assurance profession be governed. In December 2025, the consultation paper will come out. So watch this space, coming out any minute now. So that's the AFRC. In China, moving back to China's mainland. So the Ministry of Finance has always been working very closely, and it's a big supporter of the ISSB. So even before the standards came out, the Ministry of Finance is already part of the ISB's jurisdictional working group and has provided significant input to the ISB in the formulation of S1 and S2. So after the issuance of the two standards, the ISB has worked closely with the ISB in issuing their version of S1 and S2. Unlike Hong Kong, it would not be a line-by-line translation of ISB standards into Chinese standards. It's because that's not how the Chinese literature and how Chinese legal documents work. It has to follow certain structure, and the use of wording terms could be slightly different. It's worded such that it's easy for the Chinese eyes. It's actually very difficult to write a Chinese standard, but rather than having 1.4 billion people read ISB standards, they rewrote it in a way so that it achieves functionally equivalent results. So that's Chinese standards. It was issued November of 2024 and uses a double materiality lens. China has never been only about the capital market. We look after our people, we look after our economy and our country, and therefore it uses a double materiality lens. So just for climate, in addition to ISB standards, it also overlays it with an impact lens. The Shanghai Stock Exchange, because we only have S1 and S2, it's not quite enough, and therefore the Shanghai Stock Exchange has stepped in to issue 21 different standards, covering not only the climate standard, and it's applicable to, in 2025, Shanghai Stock Exchange 180 Index, Star 50, and other companies that concurrently issues A share and shares outside of China. Together, there's about 300 of such companies, accounting for more than 75% of the market cap. The other companies will gradually be rolled out. So I won't go into the 21 topics, but as you can see, these are the 21 specific ESG topics that's been issued by the stock exchange. Some of them might be very Chinese unique. For example, rural revitalization. We focus on farmers. We focus on underdeveloped territories even within China. So what are some of the initiatives that companies has undertaken to revitalize rural areas? So again, this is the Ministry of Finance version of standards. Looks very much like the ISB standards with specific industry guidance and implementation guidance, both sitting in application guidance. Again, covering more than just climate standards. In terms of how the economy is helping out with our green transitioning, I will elaborate a little bit more later, but in general, there are national policies that covers the overall direction, including the government issuing the 3060 initiative, the double carbon initiative, as well as updating our NDCs, nationally determined contributions. We have set up carbon markets. We have established green taxonomy. We have different local provinces and cities issuing all kinds of government grants, incentives, and subsidies that encourages different companies from their transitioning. Last week, we just heard the government just issued new directives. No more refrigerators can be manufactured using freons. When we came to look around, who manufactures refrigerators using freons? Very, very little. Very, very little. And we encourage EVs, electric vehicles, to be manufactured. How do we encourage? It's very simple. Use market forces. If you buy a fossil fuel-driven cars, you need to go into lottery for a car plate. If you buy an electric vehicle, you get a free plate. It's as simple as that. So we use market forces to drive economy, to drive our transitioning. So with that, I'll finish my speech. I know I covered 2 territories in no time, and maybe if you have questions, you can approach me and we can talk about it in detail. Thank you.
예, 이봉칸 파트너님 발제 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now, I'd like to invite the Professor Hidefuna Lida from the University of Tokyo, Japan. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
I'm Hidefuna Ida from the University of Tokyo, Japan, and it's really an honor for me to share the current situation relating the climate-related disclosure in Japan. So I teach corporate law and securities regulation, not the accounting side or the environmental law. So my talk is mainly from the viewpoint of securities regulation. So in Japan, sustainability disclosure comes from securities regulation, not from environmental law. So the main goal here is to provide investors with information that is financially material so that capital markets can function properly. So under the FIEA, which stands for Financial Instruments and Exchange Act, which is a Japanese securities regulation, Japan uses what is called a single materiality approach. This means that, as you know, that companies are required to disclose sustainability information only when it affects their corporate value. This is different from the double materiality approach. And looking ahead, the forthcoming reforms will require large listed companies to disclose sustainability information in line with the new SSBJ standards. So this will include GHG emissions and also external assurance. So in Japan, sustainability finance takes many different forms, and there are several initiatives and many action plans. So I am not a practitioner, so I do not claim to have deep first-hand knowledge of all aspects of the market. However, I understand that the transition finance in particular has become important. So let me just share about that. So instead of simply divesting from carbon-intensive industries, they place emphasis on engagement and on supporting companies through their transition. So this approach is rooted in the government 2020 Carbon Neutrality Declaration, which explicitly identified financial institutions as key actors in enabling decarbonization across sectors. In 2021, the METI, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, and the FSA, Japanese Financial Services Agency, jointly issued the guideline on transition finance, which encourage banks to continue financing companies with credible science-based transition plans. So Japan's major banks have stopped financing new coal-fired power projects while it continues to support the transition of existing clients. And institutional investors, most notably the GPIF, Government Pension Investment Fund, also follow this engagement-based strategy under the Japanese Stewardship Code. So instead of divesting, GPIF encourages its asset managers to engage with investee companies and to integrate ESG factors into investment decisions. So overall, Japan's climate finance framework prioritizes as a gradual and inclusive transition rather than an abrupt withdrawal of capital. The aim is to achieve decarbonization while maintaining industrial competitiveness. So under the current FIEA securities regulation, listed companies and large issuers are required to file an annual securities report, and this now includes a dedicated section on sustainability. The disclosure framework is built around 4 core components, as you know. The first is governance, strategy, risk management, and metrics and the targets. So these 4-pillar structure is directly derived from the TCFD. And the important point is that all issuers must disclose the governance and risk management elements because these form the basis for assessing materiality. By contrast, disclosure of strategy and metrics is required only when they are considered material. And speaking of the climate-related information, each issuer must assess the materiality of climate-related information. So if it determines that such information is material, it is required to disclose it. So the concept of single materiality is really central to understanding of Japan's approach. Under this concept, disclosure is required only when the information is financially material. In other words, when it affects investors' assessment of corporate value. So even if a company has some environmental impact, and if that impact does not influence corporate value, then the company is not required to disclose it. And this makes sense because the FIA, securities regulation, is a securities law, not an environmental law. Its purpose is investor protection and ensuring fair and efficient capital markets. So this differs from the EU's or China's double materiality approach. And there has been some debate in Japan about whether we should move on to the much more broader or double material concept. But for now, the prevailing view is that the FIEA should continue to focus on financial materiality. So before 2018, Japan had virtually no legal requirements for sustainability disclosure. The corporate governance code did mention sustainability, but only in a very abstract way. And a real turning point came in 2018 when the FSA's disclosure working group clarified that ESG factors could be considered material under the FIEA. But even then, in practice, most companies still disclosed very little. Things changed dramatically after the government's 2020 carbon neutrality declaration. Investor interest increased sharply, and policymakers began to recognize sustainability disclosure as essential for corporate transparency. In response, the FSA amended the Cabinet Office Ordinance in 2023 to add a new sustainability section to the annual securities report. This reform marked the formal institutionalization of sustainability disclosure within Japanese securities regulation, which is a major milestone that paved the way for the forthcoming SSBJ standards and mandatory application. Before moving on to the forthcoming reforms, let me briefly summarize the structural features of the current disclosure system. The current framework is principles-based, meaning that issuers have broad discretion. First, the term sustainability itself is not legally defined, so companies can interpret it quite flexibly. Second, the FIEA does not impose climate-specific disclosure requirements. Reporting GHG emissions such as Scope 1 or Scope 2 is encouraged, but still not mandatory under this situation. Third, there is no requirement for third-party assurance, and as a result, the reliability of the information varies significantly. Because of these factors, the comparability and credibility of sustainability reports remain limited. So some large companies provide detailed and high-quality disclosure, and others include only brief summaries with very little substance. So this unevenness has become a major concern for both domestic and international investors. So against this backdrop, there has been a strong push for reform. And globally, as you know, major jurisdictions are moving towards standardized sustainability disclosure frameworks. And Japan cannot remain isolated if it wants to maintain the confidence of international investors. So in response, the FSA, Japanese FSA, has proposed introducing formal sustainability disclosure standards under the FIEA aligned with the ISSB. The aim is twofold. First, to ensure international comparability of Japanese companies' sustainability information. And second, to promote constructive dialogue between companies and investors, which can help enhance long-term corporate value. This reform represents a major institutional shift, moving from voluntary-based and principle-based disclosure to mandatory, standardized, and assured disclosure. In response to these developments, the SSBJ, Sustainability Standards Board of Japan, was established in 2022 as Japan's official sustainability standard setting body. And in March 2025, this year, the SSBJ released 3 core standards: application standards, general disclosure standards, and climate standards, which closely mirrors the ISSB's standards. So they are designed to be functionally consistent with the ISSB standards so that Japanese companies' disclosures remain comparable to those of global peers. The SSBJ climate standard, in particular, introduces mandatory GHG emissions disclosure and a structured framework for identifying, measuring, and reporting climate-related risks. This represents a major step toward full alignment with international best practice. So let's take a closer look at what will be required under the SSBJ climate standard. The companies will be required to disclose the absolute totals of their Scope 1, Scope 2, as well as Scope 3 GHG emissions. The overall purpose of these requirements is to give investors a clear understanding of how a company is performing in relation to climate-related risks and opportunities. However, there is one important qualification to keep in mind. If the information is not material, the company is not required to disclose it. So now, how will these new standards actually be implemented? The FSA has proposed a phased roadmap. The rollout begins with the largest prime market listed companies and then gradually expands. So first, fiscal year ending March 2027, companies with market capitalization of 3 trillion Japanese yen or more. And second, fiscal year ending March 2028, companies with 1 trillion Japanese yen or more. And third, fiscal year ending March 2029, companies with 500 billion Japanese yen or more. In parallel, third-party assurance will start 1 year after disclosure becomes mandatory for each group. So, for the first group, assurance will begin in the fiscal year ending March 2028. Why does this reform initially target only a portion of the companies listed on the Tokyo Stock Exchange Prime Market? There are 2 main reasons. First, the overwhelming share of total market capitalization of represented by the prime market companies. And second, companies on the prime market are expected to engage in constructive dialogue with global investors. And sustainability information is now a central theme in that dialogue. So despite these major reforms, we need to recognize the inherent limitations of using securities law as the basis for sustainability disclosure. First, the FIEA applies only to listed companies or companies with more than 1,000 shareholders. This means that large unlisted companies, for example, Toshiba, which was the giant of the big company after it, but they are now the unlisted. So that kind of unlisted firms fall entirely outside of its scope. And second, enforcement is limited. Sanctions can be imposed only when there is a material misstatement that would affect an investor's decision. So minor inaccuracies are unlikely to be penalized. Third, disclosure rules themselves are an indirect tool for promoting sustainability. They require companies to report what they are doing, but they do not require them to act. So real behavior change depends on complementary policies such as carbon pricing, environmental taxation, and sector-specific regulations. So while disclosure is an essential piece of the sustainability policy framework, we should not expect it to deliver a full sustainability transformation. So to conclude, Japan's move toward mandatory sustainability disclosure under the SSBJ standards represents a truly landmark reform. It will bring Japanese corporate reporting into alignment with international norms, strengthen investor confidence, and support more constructive dialogue between companies and investors. At the same time, we should be mindful of its limitations. Disclosure is a necessary condition for sustainable finance, but it is not sufficient on its own. If the ultimate goal is real-world decarbonization, then disclosure must work together with broader environmental policies, sector-specific regulations, and corporate governance reforms. Looking ahead, the key challenge for Japan is to integrate these elements in a coherent way, ensuring that financial transparency, policy incentives, and market mechanisms all reinforce one another. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now I'd like to invite the lawyer Ji Hyung of the Center for Energy and Environment Law and Policy.
네, 반갑습니다. 네, 저는
It's nice to meet you all today, and let me deliver my presentation in Korean.
저는 그 한국의 지속 가능성
As for me, let me share with you the sustainability disclosure and the status of requirements, as well as the ESG, the bills enacted and proposed. And having these topics, let me also move on to the specific features. First and foremost, in Korean, especially for the climate and environment-related framework are being highlighted under the government. Let me share with you the status of the disclosure system for the environmental sector. First and foremost, relating to the capital market, we have the legal framework as well as the requirements for disclosures, and we have the dual track as you can see here. But in somehow, let me also share with you the areas that we have to enhance the areas of the improvements, especially for the businesses who are reporting their sustainability disclosure, especially if they're dealing with the greenhouse gas emissions as a part of the category of the environmental sectors. They are encouraged to disclose the requirements and sustainability. And you can refer to the more mandatory requirements for the listing companies, but still we have some limited requirements for the providing the mandatory recommendations to businesses in the Korean. When it comes to greenhouse gas emissions or energy consumptions are only included here. As for the climate disclosure, that risk factors are to be fully improved and reflected to mitigate the risk factors for the businesses. And I believe these are the areas of improvements for the Korean disclosure. And so we have a long way to have the more mature level of the sustainability disclosure for the businesses. According to the Securities Act and the legal framework, and still we only have the voluntary disclosure. That's why we are seeing the cases including greenwashing. According to the the Support Act, back in 2021, with the revisions of the Act, more than 2 trillion won of the market cap the businesses are to mandatorily have the sustainability disclosure, but when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions reductions or the renewable energy sources are categorized as the voluntary disclosure. Still, the level and the status are not perfectly required. And so it's really challenging for the businesses to fully reflect into the sustainability and ESG disclosure. And the government has fully recognized the importance of more upgrading the level of the requirements. Back in 2021, as you can see here, for the 2 trillion Korean won when it comes to the KOSPI, and by 2013, all the KOSPI listed companies are the subject for making the sustainability disclosure. There are some of the issues why the government is trying to reflect these ones, because still we have the foreign investment and as well as the activated climate finance. In this regard, and I think the Korean market and Korean government are trying to highlight the importance and significance of the activating the climate finance. But for the Korean perspective, we have to build a more specific and a more concrete roadmap and the foundations for the enhancing the climate finance. And we have also listened to the other presentations from the foreign countries, and doubtless the Korea is facing very high time to upgrade the legal framework and regulations. As for the corporate disclosure, and we do have the legal disclosure and stock exchange disclosure. As for the legal disclosure, and you may refer to the sanctions and the limitations for the investors, so that the legal disclosure could be more reasonable for the Korean perspective as of now. But back in 2021, the plan was withdrawn from 2023. According to the presentations by Julia Tay, the earliest from 2026 is going to be the timeline for the initiations. But to clarify that one, the Korean market, as we have also the Finance Services Commission, is trying to come up with more measures because they have not specifically published the timeline for the ESG disclosure. Still, the government is not really making very concrete directions and timelines so far. Back in 2022, KSSB, the standards, was moving forward with the launch of the commissions of the KSSB. So within the Korean markets, we do have the rooms for the system for the KSSB, but roadmap and the legal framework are not quite mature as of now. If you look at the ISSB, when it comes to under the ISSB, the International Sustainability Standards Board, we can refer to the standards for the ISSB, which could be that we can reflect to the compatibility from the KSSB and ISSB. But for our versions, and compared to the ISSB, we have alleviated the requirements. For example, for the climate disclosure, while we have the mandatory for the climate disclosure, but some the parts we don't really have very strong mandatory requirements. As for the climate disclosure, per ton, the carbon pricing is mandatory stipulated by the ISSB, but for the first draft, the carbon pricing could be the optional. And if you look at the scope 3, because emissions like 80 or 90% are really huge hugely significant from the businesses. And I believe this is the area that we have to put more mandatory requirements for this scope 3. But still, we don't really have very concrete and clear timeline. And we do have the relief line up to the 1 year. As for the KSSB, the domestic investors are trying to apply, in fact, and accept the KSSB standards. So when it comes to alleviated the standards, and there are a lot of more voices from the investors that we have to have very compatible level between the KSSB and ISSB. As for the new directions of the new administration by the Korean government, the energy transitions and the new and emerging industries are one of the key initiatives and the national pledges. And to upgrade the ESG, and it's one of the national agenda for the 5-year plan. But the ESG guidance and the disclosure, the frameworks and requirements are not only clearly stipulated as part of the roadmap and the framework, so that it is really critical juncture that the Korean government to set up very clear timeline for our own the climate finance and sustainability disclosure. Of course, at the same time, a lot of the domestic companies are trying to have the sustainability disclosure and ESG disclosure. But still, by considering those circumstances, there could be some challenges and limitations for the businesses to get prepared and to fully report on their sustainability reporting. So as of now, the revisions of the ESG-related acts and through the first and the second round of the Commercial Act were one of the very significant milestones, so that the more structured reformations and evolution were taken up front. But as for the governance, as you can see here, we have seen a lot of the improvements. For the social and the environmental sector, we are willing to see the more expected outcomes and the more tangible outcomes in the end. If you look at the revisions of the Capital Market Act, we do have the 4 list of the revisions. Lawmaker Nam-gil Kim the proposal bill for the upgrading the requirements for the listing companies, and the more informations are focusing on the deliberations, the requirements within this matter. Because we are only talking on the disclosure, let me give some of the comparison. Regarding the bill proposed by the lawmaker Min Soo-han, not only for the businesses but also for the financial market, he is trying to also apply the more comprehensive requirements. And according to the bill proposed by the lawmaker Sang-hyuk, for sustainability related, of course, the mid and short-term perspective plan are really important. And for the assurance, the information is relating on the assurance and the safer. The legal, the liability are to be also included here. So going forward, from the bill which are going to be reproposed by the office of the lawmaker Sang-hyuk Park, and in going forward, we'd like to also see the more actual concrete outcomes from the consultative meetings. Let me also share with you the directions for the legal disclosure rather than the exchange disclosure. The legal disclosure are to be more the pivotal role and the effective tool for protecting the investors and upgrading the capacity building skills, as well as to considering the more relief measures for the businesses. Sustainability disclosure and standards are to be well considered with the objectives of its systems and compatibility of the global system. According to the 37 jurisdictions, an ISSB has been fully adopted. So to have our more alignment with international standards, and we have to also consider the ISSB, which are protecting the investors as a key objective, so that when it comes to materiality, the single and the financial materiality are a pillar that we may avoid any confusions of establishing our own foundation. And as for the environmental and the social sector, and we have to also make more mandatory requirements for the disclosures, but we don't really have to focus on the Capital Market Act, but we may also think of the dual track for upgrading our system. As I mentioned before, including the countries and in Korea and some other countries have already finalized their roadmap for the mandatory disclosure, and still we have a long way to make our the finalizations on the roadmap and for the milestone for the sustainability disclosure. As for the cases from Japan, for example, the businesses with more than 2 trillion won of the market cap market, but if you look at the cases in Japan, out of the total, the capital market, the constructive dialogues and the tools are the one of the very key strategies for them to consider. But as for Korean context, we have to have the comprehensive framework to consider the market, capital market as well. As for the scope 3, the relief period could be up to 1 year. But once we are adopting and throughout the safe harbor, the framework could be more alleviated so that we can alleviate the burdens of the businesses in Korea. If you look at other countries, the safe harbor has already adopted. Further reliable assurance is really needed as one of the presentations earlier, and still not only for the disclosure but also for the assurance, we have a long way to have more debates on the making concrete results. Last but not least, let me also share with you my own proposals from the presentations earlier. As for the Japan, we have the similar cases, for example, low carbon industries, including the public infrastructures and disclosures and the finance. And I believe that the transitions of finance could be well flown to prevent greenwashing if we build the reliability. And I think that Japan is having very similar the legal framework compared to that of Korea, but while securing the investors or any clauses for the liabilities for the investors are really well aligned within the context between Japan and Korea. If you look at Singapore and Taiwan, and I believe that these are one of the countries with the more having the ambitious initiatives as a global hub, not only for the listing companies but also for the non-listing companies as well. And they're trying to come up with the reforming the structures for the sustainability disclosure. What was really impressing to me from the presentations done by Singapore is that the EU taxonomy is not going to be just digested as it is, but the transition activities, including the green finance transitions, were being more localized from the EU taxonomy, but phased out for the coal-fired power plants could be also well considered. As for the Taiwan, NVIDIA and Apple is a really global hubs in the Asia-Pacific region, so the burdens for the companies and clients and the manufacturers could see some lot of burdens, and the government are to come up with the more transitions and the efforts for the activating the finance so that the centralized data form or database could be well tracked and accessible by the investors throughout the single and integrated platform according to the standardized system. Likewise, in Hong Kong, as for the sustainability disclosure, as a pioneer, and Hong Kong is one of the countries in establishing very early applications for the sustainability disclosure with a lot of the efforts by considering the ISSB. If you look at the loan and emissions are not really easy though to be measured from the emissions from the banks, especially as for the loan. So back in 2020, starting from 2027, including the emissions from the financial tools and finance instruments could be well applied for the going forwards. We are facing the critical junctures of the civilizations of the green finance, and we have to come up with a more proactive measure. That's all from my side. Thank you.
전문적인 지식과 인사이트를 나눠주신
Thank you for sharing your knowledge and insight, and please give all the speakers with one round of applause.
이제 세션 토론을 위해서 잠시 장내
So we will arrange the floor for the panel discussion. So we will start our panel session starting at 11:50.
예, 시간 관계상 곧 시작해야 될 것 같습니다.
We'd like to start the panel discussion. So, we'd like to ask all the panelists to take your seats on the podium. Thank you.
예, 잠시 후 오전 토론 세션을 시작하겠습니다.
Shortly, we are going to start the panel discussion in the morning session. We kindly ask all the participants to take your seats. Thank you.
토론자 한 분께서 아직 착석 안
We still
해주셨는데요.
wait for the one more panelist to join us.
거의 잠시 광고할 게 있어가지고 광고만 하고 사회권 올리겠습니다. 예, 토론회 시작하기 앞서
Before we start the panel discussion, I'd like to make an announcement. The parking fee will be supported for up to 6 hours. So for the participants attending the afternoon session, please take your car out of the parking lot and coming in again.
기후금융 활성화를 위한
Now,
아시아 기후공시제도 현황과
We will have a discussion session.
토론을 시작하기에 앞서
Before we start our panel discussion, I'd like to introduce the moderator, who is Baek Tae-young, a senior advisor to ISSB.
이어서 토론자로
We have a discussant,
전문대학원 교수님,
Ji-hyun Young and the Jung Jun-hyung, the professor of law from the University of Seoul National University. We have Tae Julia from EY Asia Pacific, Wang Doris from ARDF, Hidepna Ida from University of Tokyo, Kam Ibon from PwC China and Hong Kong, and the lawyer Ji Hyun-young from Seoul National University. Now, I'd like to invite the moderator and give the microphone to the moderator. Always, we don't have enough time. And due to time constraints, we need to finish this panel discussion by 12:40 or 45.
발표를 하지 않으면서 토론에 참가하시는
So first, I'd like to invite Lee Eun-hee, the senior advisor to ISSB, and two professors who did not make a presentation in the morning. So first we will listen to them first, and then we will take questions and answer sessions.
먼저 이웅희 상임위원님
First, I'd like to give the microphone to the senior advisor Lee Eun-hee.
실제 그렇게 말씀하시던데. 예.
네, 알겠습니다.
Okay, good morning. I am the member of the permanent commissions of the K the Korea Accounting Institute. I'm Ung-hee Lee. Thank you very much once again for giving this opportunity to deliver my comments as a panelist. It's my great honor to be here, and it's really meaningful venue that we are discussing on the climate finance. And Professor Jung-hyuk Chung, the other panelists, have already prepared his own presentations, but I don't really have any presentation slides, but let me give only the verbal comments. I also took the meetings with China and Japan in the last week, and the vice director of the authorities from the Japan and China. We talked a lot of the meetings and to find out the commonalities for the industrial transitions and export market and cultural aspects. We have found out that we have many different, we have very similar and the same, the common factors among the countries upon my inspiration throughout the meetings. As for the key topic to activate today's forum, and as we are gathering here today at the Asia Climate Finance Forum, and I believe the Asian countries are to come up with the more cooperation platforms. And we are doing the similar work and commitments among all the experts here. And for the setting, the standards and the legal framework, I believe that we have to push our more commitments to provide the better and reasonable the system for the businesses. So that once we have all the allocations of the benefits to the businesses, and by promoting their business activities, and they can also invest much more and further, which can also activate the markets in a nutshell. So when it comes to the platforms, we can contribute a lot of the good benefits. What is really interesting is that we may focus on the key meetings with China as of November. The national level for the disclosure will be coming up. And in Japan, as Professor mentioned earlier from the Japan, in the last week, the cabinet launched about the mandatory requirements for the climate finance as well as the sustainability disclosure as part of the roadmap, as part of the ESG roadmap. And I think it's a part of the decree, the rules, rather than just decree the ordinance. And I believe there are some of the areas for the revisions which can conduct in the first half of the next year, as the Japan already announced in the last week, and China is going to publish some more the upcoming month. And we are seeing a lot of the more countries involved in the United Kingdom. And probably as of the January next year, they are coming to have the more announcements for the ESG and the sustainability disclosure. And I believe for this first half of next year, according to their timeline, and we are going to see some more milestones of the activities for sustainability disclosure. What is really noteworthy is that for the when we have the timeline for the launch of the ISSB, they would like to also get some signatures from the governments to have and show their commitments for the climate finance and sustainability disclosure. But now in 2025, we are seeing the gradual efforts for the making the sustainability disclosure and climate finance. But still, this topic is really closely intertwined with energy transitions and industrial transitions based on the finance. So the industrial support and industrial transition are really needed. That's why we have took a lot of the time until the status as of now. And those require a lot of the steps for upgrading all the milestones. As for the current status in Korea, for the sustainability disclosure and standards, as Tony G mentioned earlier, the government made some official announcements probably by the end of this year, and the sustainability disclosure for the mandatory requirements for the ESG and climate finance are going to be announced. And once we have the full announcements, then the implementation activities and the roadmaps or the legal framework for disclosure could be more activated in the future. Of course, we have to focus on the areas of the improvements compared to the ISSB, and KSSB is only focusing on some the optional areas for the carbon pricing or the industry-based, the transitions. Some of the areas are still optional. We also have some grace period or relief period for the scope 3, and still first and foremost, as for the ISSB, if we utilize the ISSB, then the KSSB could be also applicable. So once we follow the ISSB, the companies in Korean market are really on the same page and same alignment with the KSSB. While we have to establish very clear pathways, of course, there are some of the reasons why we are having the optional requirements. For example, for the external emissions, for the carbon pricing model, and still the level is not really mature yet. If we more materialized the pricing so that they're reliable, the carbon pricing, then we can have more applications. And the second pillar is that we only have the scope 1 and scope 2. So once we have also more the ways for the other scope, and we have more areas for us to review. And globally, and still the Korean market has not really come up with the full level of our own, the SSB, the requirements. So that's why we have to also focus on the more areas. Of course, we really understand there are some the reasons why we have some optional ways and optional requirements so that we can have some of the dialogues with investors. While we are pushing a lot of efforts to make the more commitments and contributions, and we have to coordinate with the National Assembly of Korea for the close coordination. Once we fully approach the level of the standards so that we can absolutely eliminate the uncertainty faced by companies. While applying the SSB, the sustainability disclosure and the standards, not only for the pilot testing, but also training materials or any Q&A platform could be also well applied. As a part of the training, the sessions, and rather than the other countries and Korean, the sustainability disclosure is really diversified compared to other countries. Because if you look at the sectors, we have many diverse industries involved in the climate finance. Not only just for the manufacturing industry, but also for the other areas. For example, IT security, as for the industrial health and safety for the construction industry. We also have to push forward in making more better guidelines and guidance. That's all from my side. Thank you.
I know that Professor Chung prepared a slide for his discussion. I'm Chung Jun-hyuk, professor of Seoul National University Law School. In the morning, we have listened to the presentations from 5 speakers. So they talked about the current status. Well, so I'd like to talk about why it is important, and I'd like to talk about what needs to be considered when we design the systems in Korea. I'd like to share some slides with you. As you may well know, ESG has been discussed a lot in 2020 around the world, and for the recent few years, it has been slowed down. In particular, after the inauguration of the Trump administration in the U.S., many anti-ESG laws were passed, and the state of California abolished the law related to the composition of the minorities and the female directors in the board. So there were many anti-ESG movements and many changes. And the pension fund operation also considered, and the President Trump said that do not consider sustainability in terms of the pension fund. And as you may well know, the European countries are very active in making policies. But in fact, there were a great demand from the industry, so their implementation has been behind the schedule. And there was an omnibus a system that has been simplified and eased the regulation. So around the world, ESG-related systems have been less supported. That is the reality as of now. However, sustainability disclosure is very important and can play a very important role. With the political changes, I think this disclosing system is very neutral. So, there is a great demand for the sustainability disclosure. As I said you before, the ESG has been slowed down, but all countries around the world are moving in the direction of this sustainability disclosure because there is a great demand for the ESG disclosure. This is the disclosure that does not require the direction. It is not about asking for considering the sustainability. It requires the disclosure of information about the company's responses to sustainability. So it could be quite neutral regardless of political background. So it is not a regulation or the mandatory regulation that is going in the same direction. So I can say this requirement, sustainability disclosure requirement, is quite neutral. That is the difference from other ESG policies and regulations. And the third one is that today we are talking about the climate finance in this forum. We have been talked about many corporate governance practices and disclosure systems. If the companies do the disclosure, it means that investors can get the information about the company, and investors can determine whether the companies are doing well in terms of the responses to sustainability, or some companies are not doing good. And then that kind of information can be used for the investment decision. And it's a kind of evaluation made for the last 100 years in the financial market. So that kind of information disclosure can support the investors. And the businessmen or the business leaders in corporations can do more than just a mandatory requirement. So it is, to some extent, voluntary, and the sustainability disclosure system can play a role in the financial market. So, sustainability disclosure mechanism is the most expensive, most important, and it could be the most neutral. So I'd like to point out 4 factors to be considered when we establish the framework. The first one is that, as other speakers in the morning pointed out, disclosure, assurance, and evaluation are the 3 steps in the framework. And that is the 3 key elements in the ecosystem. Let me take an example with the financial information. In the second line, the financial information, it is already shared in the quarterly report or business report, is a part of disclosure. And there should be an assurance by accounting firm. So that is in the form of audit report. And the last step is the evaluation, which is the last step. Evaluation of the corporate values or evaluation of the corporate credit rating can be made with this information. So these are the very critical key steps in the financial market. And the same structure can be applicable to the sustainability information. So today we are dealing with the first part, which is the disclosure in the framework. And the second step is to assure the disclosed information by the third party. And the third step should be the evaluation on the ESG. So we can apply this three-step system to our sustainability disclosure. And the second one is the scope of mandatory disclosure. It's quite natural for the companies to bear the cost when they disclose information. So we need to consider the cost-benefit analysis. I know many individuals here make an investment in the stock market, and I'm not sure how many of you read all the regulations and relevant information about the company before making investment decision. I think too much information is not always good. Important information should be considered as priority. There are material information and less material information. So we need to we need to scope which information should be included in the disclosure. And that information should be incorporated into the pricing as well. Today, we are mainly talking about the climate disclosure, and we have Korean unique situation. The first one is that we need to consider the birth rate. Birth rate issue is related to the sustainability in the Korean context, like the fine dust is also the issue specific to Korea. So we need to consider the Korean specific information. Europeans are not interested in that kind of topic like the birth rate and the fine dust, but we need to think about the Korean context. And the third one is a little bit technical issue, whether to include this reporting in the business report or in separate report. As I mentioned before, Korea consider the sustainability issue as part of the financial materiality. So it is better to include the sustainability information in the financial report. And the last point we need to consider is safe harbor. Financial information has been disclosed by many companies for many years, so they have expertise in disclosing the financial information. But it is very first for the companies to disclose the sustainability information. So there might be unintended misstatement or misunderstanding of the structure. So we need to establish the safe harbor system to make sure that they will not be held liable for their unintended misstatement. There could be the civil related or criminal related punishment, but we need to think about how we can apply the safe harbor when we introduce the sustainability disclosure mechanism. We need to think about the safe harbor to reduce the burden of companies when they disclose the sustainability. It is effective when we establish the safe harbor provision in the law, not in the securities regulation. So we need to revise or amend our laws and legal systems to include the safe harbor for effective implementation. Thank you very much.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
이제부터는 오늘 발표해 주신
Now,
외국 발표자님께 질문 드리겠습니다. From now on, I'll speak in English for your distinguished guest from a neighbor Asian country. So I'll ask by the alphabetical order of your first name. So I'll ask Doris first about Taiwanese situation. So I think one key feature of Taiwanese situation is you have a mandatory disclosure based on GRI, which is not really common in other countries. So when you have this GRI-based mandatory disclosure as well as IS-based disclosure later, how do you act? I mean, what will be desirable format of disclosing two different type of report? So I asked him to have a two separate report, one for as part of annual report for ISPs, and how about GRI? Is it going to be separate report in the future too?
I think maybe need to back to history because just I mentioned today, we have our corporate governance in 2013. That's a match we adopt IFI standards. So start from that, we have our corporate governance roadmap. And so in 2015, we require our listing company to use the GRI as a framework for their CSR report, because at that time there's no ISSB. So that's the reason why we need to have a framework first, okay? Actually, the GRI framework is good for the CSR report. Otherwise, in the past, and you cannot find the general format for the CSR report, only the picture with some word, and the company, they issue the CSR report maybe every year, maybe every 5 years, depending on how many pictures they have. So we still have that. Until the 2021, the ISB was established. So we start to watch the IFIs because we are pretty good member for the IFIs. And the S1 and the S2 come out, and that's on the June 26, 2023. So after that, we spent 2 months, my foundation, we put lots of effort to translate all the S1 into traditional Chinese within 2 months. So on August 17th, 2023, our government agency fully announced that Taiwan fully adopt S1 and S2. So after that, we do our stuff because people don't understand S1 and what's that. So we spend some time for the teaching materials. Also, we do some research for the industrial example, show the people. And after that, we decide we do something for the S1 and the S2. So the government, they announced, okay, start from the 2026, that's next year. The top 100 listing company needs to disclose their S1 and S2 information on the annual report. Others, they still follow their CSR report, ESG report, based on the GRI, TCFD, and the SASB. But in 2029, all the company, they pretty follow because that time maybe we have S1, S2, S3, S4, and S5, S6. So after we have S6, I think in Taiwan, we pretty follow the IFIs. That's the experience I showed you. I think from this morning, you can tell each country have their expertise in their domain. If we can work together, especially for the capacity building, I think the Asia area can move very fast for the climate finance. We can do very well over the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Doris. Let me ask then, Professor Hidefusa Ida. You are from law school, so I'll ask about some legal framework in Japan to make mandatory disclosure based on SSBJ. Surprisingly, ISSB didn't put Japan in country profile yet. They're in snapshot because ISSB think it is not fully finalized in some sense. So I'm just curious, what is the situation in Japan in terms of legal system making mandatory disclosure requirement based on SSBJ?
Yeah, thank you. The amendment proposal, as I mentioned in my presentation, has not yet been finalized. And on the last Thursday, November 26th, the FSA released the draft amendment, and it is currently open for public consultation. So under the FIE, Japanese Securities Regulation, the specific disclosure requirements for annual securities reports are established through Cabinet Office Ordinance issued by the FSA. And based on the past practice, although minor adjustments may occur, these ordinance amendments are almost always adopted essentially in the same form as the original proposal. So in my view, it is highly likely that the amendments will be implemented just as outlined in the current roadmap, and it may be say, so the next March or next April, we will see the finalized reform and the formally integrated the SSBJ standards into the securities regulation.
Thank you, Hideyoshi-san, for your updated information of Japanese situation. Let's move to Julia. So I think there are many common features between Singapore situation with Korea. First one is we have climate first only right now. And also, I think you mentioned that basically you are making this mandatory requirement based on listing rule. Is it right? Not statutory requirement. In Korea, we haven't decided whether we'll go through exchange listing rule or we'll go to directory statutory rule. So that is one of the big issue. So based on your experience in Singapore, what's your view about advantage and disadvantages of going through exchange list rule or going to directly to statutory requirement?
Okay, thank you very much for your question. I think probably I need to explain that actually it's because of a timing issue. So right now we want to roll out the requirements to listed companies first. So the rules are now enshrined in the listing manual for the listed companies. But eventually the rule will apply to the large non-listed companies, and that needs to go into the Singapore Companies Act. So it's just a matter of timing, and the Singapore Companies Act will take a longer time because that needs to go through the statutory legislation process, and there's always a very tight legislative calendar to be approved by the Singapore Parliament. But what is clear is that the listing rules also has statutory backing. So if there is a breach of the listing rules by the listed companies, the Singapore Exchange can actually apply to court to enforce its rules under the Securities, Futures and Exchange Act. And that can have consequences. So just to give you an example, right now under financial reporting, listed companies will have to comply with the Singapore Accounting Standards, which is actually the IASB standards. And there have been companies that have been prosecuted under the Securities and Futures Act, and the maximum penalty for breaches under the accounting standards is actually a penalty of 250,000 or imprisonment of up to 7 years. And there have been companies that have been enforced under this rule. And for the Singapore Companies Act, where it will apply to also non-listed companies, the maximum penalty is 50,000 or imprisonment of 2 years. So I think it is a matter of timing whether it goes from the listing manual to the Singapore Companies Act. But more important, I just want to say that I agree with Professor's speech. I think in the beginning, as we go on this journey of sustainability reporting, while it is very important to sort of have the endpoint on what we want to do with companies that do not follow rules, we also need to understand that in the initial period, there needs to be a journey for companies to move there. And I think having safe harbor, having support from like something like the Accounting Research Foundation and having a safe harbor provision is very important to encourage good reporting in the first few years of implementation.
Thank you, Julia. Now I'll ask Ivan. Since you are covering two countries, not two countries, but two jurisdictions, probably I will ask two questions.
Okay.
So, but the common feature of Hong Kong and Chinese mainland is you have kind of two layers. You mentioned two layers structure. One is stock exchange. The other one is kind of regulator. In Hong Kong case, it's not regulator. It's Hong Kong CPA. Yeah. So, under Hong Kong CPA, they came up with just HK adopted ISB, almost same. It's easy to understand. But Hong Kong Stock Exchange had their own ESG code. So having kind of two layers, is there any kind of conflict or harmonization problem? How you can finally make just one single requirement in the future to prepare easier to do? Yeah, that's the first question.
Okay, I'll answer the first question first. So thank you, Professor Park. Yes, there are minor differences. When developing the Hong Kong Stock Exchange's ESG code, they already considered fully S1 and S2. And still, they came up with some minor differences. And I would say that they're minor, but cautiously, they went in that decision. The first decision is remuneration. Remuneration, whether it's indexed to a climate-related KPI, remuneration is always a sensitive topic in Asia, probably in Korea, definitely in China, and therefore, that particular requirement in ISSB, in S2, whether a climate-specific requirement, how it's linked, it's been kind of reduced somewhat to whether it's linked. The answer to whether is yes, it's linked. No, it's not linked. It doesn't quite require you to be so exact in your disclosure yet. But that is just buying time for the HKICP version to come in later. So that's one difference. The other difference is the source of reference. ISB S2 requires you to refer to the SASB standards in terms of industry-specific standards and may refer to other standards like CDP, ESRS, local standards. So the stock exchange version does not yet require you to look at industry-specific disclosure requirements yet. Again, that's buying time. Buying time for what? For the ISSB to improve on the SASB standards. And as we all know, there is an improvement on the SASB standards. So that will go away very soon. Third difference I can think of is specific references to financed emissions. Hong Kong Stock Exchange version does not refer explicitly to finance emissions for commercial lending, to insurance-related emissions and facilitated emissions, buying time. But it does require Scope 3. And for banks to be doing their own assessment on materiality, Scope 3 finance emissions has better be in there. And as we know, there is another improvement on the amendment to the S2 to give some relief on finance emissions. So another difference I can think of is on the reporting boundary. Reporting boundary has always been an implementation issue, worldwide. So can you ensure that your reporting boundary is the same as your consolidation scope? That is a requirement under S2. But many companies are still trying to account for the entire own operations as well as your value chain. So the stock exchange does not quite mandate the reporting boundary to be exactly the same. You can define what your reporting boundary is, but based on market practice, it's like 99% of your most significant operations is already included. So I'm not seeing any practical application differences. Fine differences, but either they're going away very quickly or no material difference. But just giving the market some room to breathe and to catch up before the HKICPA's versions came in.
Thank you. I have one more question about China, Chinese mainland, because you mentioned that they have a double maturity approach, right? So EU has ESRS, so they have just one set of standard covering two sides. Yeah. Now Taiwan has separate requirement for JRA-based ISB. Now China is saying you are taking a double maturity. Yes. The question is, when you ask for mandatory disclosure based on double maturity, we'll ask everything put together in one report. then I don't think Chinese mainland will take ESRS as their starting point. So another option people are saying is combining ISB with GRI, but we don't see any solution yet. So is there any discussion how Chinese government create documentary, based Chinese version of requirement? Is there any discussion or any direction? Swiss is asking actually GRI plus ISB as an alternative, but I don't know how they. So I'm just curious how what kind of direction of travel you have in China.
In China, we always really take our time to do good feasibility studies before we roll out any planning. For example, just on climate, we had 2 versions of pilots of different companies. Can we do it? One was in the exposure draft phase, and the other was after the standards were issued. Can we do it? And the answer is yes. Most companies can do it, and therefore it's a go. So to answer your question, the Ministry of Finance, as well as the 9 ministries behind it, is doing feasibility studies on how to develop the standards covering the other topics. Not only topics, but covering both financial and impact materiality. To do that, we compare what ESRS version 1 and exposure draft is saying, and my understanding is last week, IFRAC has already approved the latest version of ESRS version 2. So we'll consider those. We'll not adopt, we'll consider. We'll consider GRI. We'll also consider other local standards. But you're right, many companies in the past have relied on GRI. And going forward, GRI plus ISB would be too much, would be way too much in terms of being specific and as well as granularity. The level of granularity will not be like ESRS. That would be disastrous. Version of ESRS, that would be disastrous in my mind. But it will be a scale back, yet complementing both financial and impact materiality. So you need to do good reviews of what existing systems that are out there, and you need to understand what the market really looks for, and you need to provide good implementation guidance on how to apply a good set of standards. But as you said, it's not going to be perfect. It's a journey. It's going to be a journey, and I completely agree that safe harbor would kick in very, very useful.
Thank you for a very detailed comment. We have about 6 minutes. So rather than asking second round of question to the speaker, let me ask the floor for any question you have to the speakers, including Mr. Lee and lawyer 지현요. So 이제 플로어에서 질문을 좀 받을 시간을 갖는 게 좋을 것 같아요. 저희가
Now we will open the floor for questions. We have 5 minutes left. Feel free to ask any questions. Please identify yourself so you can ask your question in Korean or English.
예. 일단 본인 소개 아주 잘막하게
Please identify yourself. Can I sit down while I'm asking the question? I'm from LG Display. I'm from the ESG Strategy Office. I'd like to ask the question about China and Hong Kong. We have the factory in China and Hong Kong, and we have many ESG issues. Compared to other countries, China, mainland, and the Hong Kong requires the disclosure of the all ESG in addition to the greenhouse gas emissions. Companies,
공시를 하라고 하면
if it is required,
이런 말씀도 하셨는데
it could be a disaster for the companies. Do we need to disclose all those ESG information in Hong Kong and mainland China? We are not listed company, so our target is to meet the requirement by 2030. So my question is about the atmosphere of the companies in Hong Kong or China, and what is the atmosphere and responses to this mandatory disclosure requirement?
Thank you for your question. Yeah, if you're not a listed company, you're not in scope yet. So don't worry. We always issue a mandate by phase or roll out by phase. In Hong Kong, listed companies first, and big non-listed companies as well as non-listed banks. Even for non-listed banks, we're not thinking about the small branches. We're thinking about bigger establishments, bigger retail lenders. So in China, definitely only the listed companies for now. Shanghai Stock Exchange 180, Star 50, and about 70 companies that concurrently issues A shares and H shares. So together, only about 300 companies. That makes up more than 75% of China's market cap. In terms of non-listed companies, they're not in scope yet. But, Hong Kong has its roadmap. China will very likely have its roadmap. The Ministry of Finance is liaising together with other ministry departments to talk about, when, what type of company will need to disclose what by when, and then whether assurance is required or not. A good roadmap. I've always liked a good roadmap because unless you have a roadmap, people are always waiting for things to happen. If you have a roadmap, even if the roadmap tells you in 10 years' time, I need to be disclosing something, and then all resources will fall into place. Right now, China, you need not worry, but many Chinese companies are actually very busy, non-listed companies or listed companies, because we have ESRS in Europe. We have California rule. China manufactures a lot of stuff, and many things are sold to the EU and sold to the US. Therefore, many of these companies are thinking about, how should I concurrently report local GAAP, ISB standards, ESRS, and TCFD.
Thank you. 아마 시간 관계상
Due
지금
to time
마무리해야 된다고
constraints, we have to wrap up today's panel discussion.
아쉽지만 혹시 추가 질문이 있으신 분은
If you have any further questions from the floor, we can absolutely give more opportunities in the afternoon session.
주최 측에 연결해 주시면
And please also let us know if you have any questions, and those questions will be delivered to the host so that we can get the answers afterwards from the panelists and presenter. We'd like to wrap up the panel discussion. Thank you.
통역 한
Please turn on the microphone. Please turn on the microphone.
하겠습니다. 그리고 그 연사분들은 그 식사하시는
We'd like to resume the afternoon session at 2 p.m. So I'd like to ask the presenters, we are going to move on to the designated, the luncheon venue, and to all the attendees, please also leave your belongings here for the joining the lunch, and we are going to resume the afternoon session at 2 p.m. Thank you.
잠시 리허설을 하겠습니다. 안녕하십니까? 지금부터 아시아 기후금융
Good afternoon. The Asia Climate Finance Forum, the afternoon session is being held, and we have the theme of the climate risk and investment, and the financial market responses, and the role of disclosure. For this session, we are going to engage in an in-depth discussion through presentations by the experts and debate on how climate risks are reflected in financial markets and investment decisions. We are going to invite the 5 experts and speakers.
잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 2시 5분부터
We are going to officially start the afternoon session for the Asia Climate Finance Forum 2025 after 5 minutes, so please be seated within the venue.
잠시 후 2시 5분부터
Shortly, we are going to begin the afternoon session for the Asia Climate Finance Forum at 2:05. We kindly ask all the participants to take your seats. Thank you.
주차 관련해서도 안내
When it comes to
말씀드리겠습니다.
parking tickets, for today's forum, we only allowed it to provide up to the 6 hours for the free parking tickets. If you need more longer time, please also
적용 가능하니 참고 부탁드리겠습니다.
to have your parkings, which can be also leave the venue and then repark for the getting the free parking tickets. Thank you very much.
시간이 다 되어서 이제 오후 세션을 시작하도록
It's time to begin the afternoon session. We kindly ask all the participants to take your seats within the venue.
안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to begin the afternoon session for the Asia Climate Finance Forum, where the topic of the climate risk and investments and the roles of the countermeasures and disclosure of the financial market. I am the MC, Jina Park, Senior Researcher of the Physical Risk Team at the Climate Tech Center of Seoul National University. In this session, we are going to engage in an in-depth discussion through the presentations by 5 experts and subsequent debate on how climate risks are reflected in financial markets and investment decisions and how these can be institutionally managed and linked to disclosure systems. Before we begin the afternoon session, I'd like to Soo-jang Chung, the professor, for the giving the opening remarks as a host.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I am the professor Soo-jang Chung of the Climate Tech Center of Seoul National University. I'm pretty sure that everyone who have attended the morning session already heard that, as we have the office of the National Assembly member, the Sang-hyuk Park, and the Climate Tech Center of the Seoul National University, we are co-hosting today's forum. As we mentioned about the legal framework in the morning session, and for the afternoon session, we are going to discuss on the current status and the directions for the financial market for the climate change and climate finance.
다들 식사는 하셨는지 모르겠는데.
And I assume that you have already had the lunch, and you may feel some sleepy, drowsy after luncheon. But anyhow, please also be delighted and please enjoy the afternoon session. And please feel free to ask any question during after Q&A session. Please enjoy the afternoon session. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much once again. Before we begin the afternoon session, I'd like to take a commemorative photo. Speakers, please come up to the podium for the group photo. Thank you. Please come up to the stage. I'd like to invite the speakers to come up to the stage for the group photo before we begin the presentation session. Thank you.
Now we will begin the afternoon session. Each presentation will take about 15 minutes. Due to time constraints, you can ask questions during the coffee break time, which will be for 15 minutes starting from 3:20. The first presentation will be made by Senior Researcher Pan Won-gyu from the Climate Tech Center. And he will make a presentation, and please welcome him with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pan Won-gyu from Seoul National University Climate Tech Center. In the morning session, we have listened to the presentations from many speakers regarding the climate disclosure system. And in the afternoon, we will talk about the importance of climate disclosure. And as the first speaker of the afternoon session, I'd like to talk about the climate impact on the stock exchange market. It is academic research, so my presentation might be bored, and especially it's after the lunch, it will be bored, but I will try my best to keep you awake. As I mentioned, I'd like to talk about the impact of climate change onto the stock market. Climate is the environmental issue, but do you think that it is worth to conduct the research on climate change from the economic perspective? Yes, it's meaningful because climate change has an impact on all economic actors. Economic activities by human beings caused the environmental and climate crisis. So, climate is closely related to the economic risk. And existing climate risk was isolated, but nowadays, the climate risk is a global phenomenon with a direct impact on economy and finance. And the byproduct of economic activities worsens and degrades the climate risk. And we have a term, climate risk, which is related to climate change. For researchers like me, we carefully define the term. And the climate risk is defined by TCFD. Climate risk can be divided into two broadly. The first one is transition risk that may cause the uncertainty for companies. And another risk is physical risk. That is the risk that can disrupt the supply chain of companies. And I tested the concept using the stock exchange market data. It is very abstract because it is related to the mindset and the mood. And people have become very strict, and many people are sensitive to the price and the market changes. So the belief of people about the impact of climate change on the corporate value has an impact on the stock price. So researchers like me is trying to explain the impact of climate risk on the corporate value. Climate risk is very important, and I like to explain how important it is. For your better understanding, I'd like to talk about the relationship between the climate risk and the stock price. In early this year, there was a great wildfire in the U.S. Many people may have heard of the news. The Los Angeles wildfire led to the property damage of $250 billion. And it is equivalent to the New Zealand GDP or the market capitalization of the Korea's big semiconductor company, SK Hynix. The drought is putting the physical risk on the stock market price. It means that the value of one company, one semiconductor company, disappeared overnight due to the fire. This is an article from the Business Insight, and the article said that the insurance companies pay the cost of the wildfire. So we should look at the stock price of the insurance companies, and which is shown on the right side. The first one is the insurance company.
보험회사 그러니까 이 미국 서부 지역에서
주택보험을 제공하고
This company provides the housing insurance in the western part of the United States, and you can see the fluctuations of the price. And the second company is about the reinsurer, and you can see all companies experience the drop immediately after the wildfire, but you can see the price was recovered. The LA wildfire was one of the largest wildfire, but there was no big impact on the stock market. So it did not have an impact on the corporate value in the long term. So when you look at this chart, it seems that the environmental risk do not have an impact on the stock price. It is not the case, even though it seems that it was not impacted. The stock market price was not impacted, but overall, I can say that it has an impact on the stock market as a whole. I have been conducting the academic research on the climate risk on the stock market, and the government needs to refer to those researches to think about the policies. And investors need to think about the potential impact of the climate risk. So political and practical implications should be considered. What is limited here is that I don't have much data about the Asian companies, so my research is limited to US companies. In order to evaluate the impact on the stock market, we need to measure the climate risk. And it is the most difficult part because I said that climate change is different from climate risk. Climate change can be observed physically, like the temperature change. But climate risk is related to financial risk. It is more of an economic factor, and it is better to represent the risk in financial terms. Many people may think that you can look at the carbon emissions when you think about the climate risk, but carbon emissions alone is not enough to measure the climate risk. For the agriculture, precipitation is more important factor, and the coastline resort and leisure companies consider the seawater level important. And some companies consider the government subsidy the most when they think about the climate risk. So there are transition risks and physical risks. It is very hard to measure the climate risk accurately. In order to evaluate the climate risk, I refer to many conference call data and earnings report to find out the climate-related information. During the conference call, I could identify the climate risk because the companies are explaining the financial performance on a quarterly basis. If there was an impact of the climate on the financial performance, they may mention the impact of climate on their financial performance. So it is hard for the financial companies or other companies to hide the impact of climate on their performance. And you can see the example of the earnings conference call. As you can see in the bold statement, Hurricane Sandy impacted about 55% of our total company store revenue base. Many factors like precipitation can be considered, but with this kind of information like conference call, we can identify the climate risk. LLM is used for my analysis to
I also use the language model to identify the climate risk. If during the conference call the climate is mentioned a lot, I think that the climate risk is high.
그리고 이렇게 실적 발표로부터
And
측정한 기후 리스크는 이제 개별 기업이
the climate risk from the earnings conference call
개별 기업의
is related to the individual companies' climate risk.
그리고 그런 현상이
And
여러
I
기업에서
researched it and studied how much impact does the climate risk have on the performance of or value of the company.
네, 그리고 이 그래프는 이제 개별 기업의 기후 리스크.
This graph shows the individual climate risk and the quarterly average. The left one is the transition risk and right one is the physical risk. And you can see that after 2006, you can see the listed companies in the US mentioned risk about the climate. After 2006, the transition risk increased a lot with the launch and adoption of the EV. And with the natural disasters, you can see the physical risks have increased as well. As I showed you in the graph, it is related to the individual company's risk. It does not show the overall market risk. And the overall market risk can be said as a systemic risk. It might not be familiar with you, and I'd like to talk about the systemic risk. Climate risk can be an individual matter or social or global matter. Poverty, for example, can be the individual problem, or it could be a structural problem across the society. Individual companies have their own climate risks, but we can measure the systemic risk of the overall market coming from the individual company's risk.
리스크가 낮은 기업들의 주식을 파는 형태로 이제 롱숏 포트폴리오를 구성을 하면
So if we compile the long-short portfolio, we can measure the overall climate-related systemic risk.
시장 전체의 시장 공통
And this is the common market climate risk.
네, 그리고 이렇게 기후 리스크를 측정을
And
한 다음에
after measuring the climate risk, I can analyze the relationship between the corporate value and the climate risk. It is to estimate the climate risk premium. Risk premium means investors request additional return on investment against the climate risk. The risky stock needs to have the higher profit. So the demand, higher demand means that the climate risk is higher. There are many figures here, but I like to say that my standard reference is S&P 500. So my research is limited to listed U.S. companies. It might look complex, but this is about the systemic climate risk. And the figures in the red box is about the individual company climate risk. The first one is the overall risk. Second one is physical risk premium. And the third one is the transition risk premium. And the bold figure is the statistically significant figure. And I will not tell you about the numerical values specifically. And the next one is about the premium, about the physical risk.
So it does not show in bold format.
네, 그래서 결론입니다.
It does not mean that it is statistically significant. Here is my conclusion.
투자자들은 이미
Investors make a decision considering climate risks.
S&P 500 기업의
In particular, the S&P 500 expected return on investment incorporate the climate risks.
위험하다라고 인식을 하고 있다는 것이고
Many investors think that exposure to climate risk is very risky for some companies. That's why they need more or they demand more return on investment. Risk premium is not just about the statistical significance, but it is related to economic values as well.
12에서 16 베이시스 포인트 정도 되는데
The premium of the risk is about 12 or 16 basis point, and
또제 연구 결과는
it means that investors request more return on investment. And in my research, it is found that investors consider the transition risk more than physical risks.
반면에 기후변화 정책, 규제 같은
About the transition risk,
전체에 영향을 미치고 산업 구조 변화를
it could
일으키고 시장이 판단하고
have an impact on the overall market.
제 연구는 이제 미국의 경우
My research is related to the US listed companies, and most of the listed companies are doing the earnings conference call to disclose their information in a transparent manner. So my research was possible due to the transparent information sharing and information disclosure. And the disclosure needs to be supported with institutional framework. That's all from my presentation. Thank you very much.
변원규 선임연구원님의 발제 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
다음은 NH
Now I'd like to invite the director Park Gun-woo from NH Investment and Securities who will make a presentation on the promotion of climate finance. Please welcome him with a big hand.
네, 반갑습니다.
It's
저는
nice to meet you all
NH
here.
투자증권에서
I am the Gun
솔루션부를 담당하고
For the
있는
Climate Solution Division, I am Vice President at the NH Investment and Securities. I would like to also express my sincere appreciation to all of you for giving this opportunity to give the presentation. And as an executive member for the current financial institutions and executive board member, let me share with you some of the tips for the managing the climate finance. And I'm pretty sure that the presentation session is being recorded. But I wonder that my kids is going to watch the video clip afterwards. So let me just only highlight key points. As a part of the financial and security firms, why we have to focus on the climate finance? As we have also listened to the presentations earlier, because we have the systematic and non-systematic risk and the market risk, those are to be referred and reflected upon the key points. But I'm pretty sure that everyone know about the milestone. So let me skip this slide. For the green and K taxonomy, as well as the ESG investment from the financial institutions are really pretty familiar with most of you. So let me skip that slide. Let me explain about this slide. For the financial institutions and to measure their outcomes and the climate-related business is one of the key pillars of the departments and divisions, and I believe that NH Securities and Investments are one of the pioneers. I'd like to share with you the roles and responsibilities on this Monday, and we have seen a lot of the news. And as you know, and so far when it comes to the allocations of the securities are having some the new transformations. And now the financial institutions are taking part in the journey as far of the trading, which can be also the consignment transaction that we can take part in the financial institutions. The climate-related investment activities are being reflected, and we are the base and we are the subsidiary under the NH Group in Korea. As we have the collaborations with the subsidiaries to achieve our NDC target, we are trying to come up with more efforts. Last but not least, when it comes to GCF, we do have some business involved in the Green Client Funds based in Songdo. We have the headquarters located in Songdo in Korea. And I believe that probably we have very international, the hub located in Korea by securing about the 100 million US dollar from the Vietnam, Malaysia, Cambodia, and the Philippines. So based on the climate tech hubs are based in the 5 countries in Asia. Climate tech centers and the climate technology and startups are the ones that we are having the touch points. And in this summer, this year, we'll be seeing the investments which can be attracted. At the same time, we're going to share with you some of the limitations of the financial institutions and framework. But before I give the in-depth discussions, let me share with you my own perspective on the climate tech and market. In the back in days in my childhood, there was no need to buy the water. But with the technical advancements, and we have seen very emerging technologies and emerging products requiring the values and the cost for the companies. Likewise, for the accounting and disclosures, we have seen a lot of the diverse seminars in dealing with those different topics. In a nutshell, and external costs have been internalized. The market and the business valuations are evolving and transforming. I think this is the key point. In this regard, we have some terminologies like the disclosures and sustainability. In this regard, the pollutions level which were not measurable in the past can be also measured as of now, and then the water can be also the values and the cost for the businesses. The positive or the negative or increase or decline on the values for the companies would be also the one of the pillars. And second point here is as follows. The outcomes of the investments are not directly impacting on the investors. In other words, when it comes to investment from the businesses or the investors, but if you look at the environmental sector as a public sector, and we cannot really directly measure all the outcomes after investment, that's why the government and authorities are taking a lot of the daunting challenges. The second challenge is that we could not see very tangible outcomes within my tenure. And I'm pretty sure that everyone really agree with my ideas, because we have to see very long-sighted the outcomes. We have some limited the tenure or the areas that we can only focus on our employment era. And I think that we have to focus on the new and emerging industries and businesses. And to do so, indeed, at the working level, that we have to also focus on the challenges faced by the financial institutions. So next is the carbon credits. As a part of the allocations of the carbon credits, like we have the 11,000 and the 7,000. But if you look at the Trading Act and the framework, as you can see that the allocations of the greenhouse gas emissions and the trading, the act, this is only based on the civil law or the commercial law, which are issued by the governments. But if we need more, then we have to consider the unit and prime cost. And the second point here is that it's a part of the administrative, the rights, but legally, I'm pretty sure that most of you major in the law. We have to also have very clear classification whether that scope is fully aligned with the civil law or the commercial law. In a nutshell, even though the financial institutions want to invest into these sectors, then the legal framework is to be well stipulated. That's one of the challenges. As we do have a lot of the environments and the green finance, for example, green bond could be issued or the loan will be issued. But what is the most effective and fastest way? And we can also apply for the loan upon the carbon credits. Of course, we have to also go for the more, even though there is no the concrete the legal framework. The credit, the ratings could be also lower, but still the guarantees of the finances, green finance, could be zero. But at the same point of time, it's a soundness of the carbon credits. As for the carbon credits, as we have opened more areas, and the NCR for the financial and security funds is to alleviate the burdens from the 30%. The Basel III, they are targeting about the 60%. If we have the investment, if the 660 billion won, then 60% could be allocated from the risk-weighted assets. It's about 75 billion won out of the 10 billion won for the RWR. Nobody, no financial institutions are going to invest in. But if you buy the sovereign bond, and that the RWR could be the zero. And this is also one of the loopholes when it comes to the framework. Next is the overseas investments. Like, for example, the GCF, the climate tech, we do have a lot of the tech companies. And if we discover very prominent companies, but investments from, for example, from the Vietnam, Cambodia, and Malaysia, and Laos, the financial institutions could have some the limitations to fully provide approvals of those emerging countries in Asia. Then domestically, as we have seen a lot of the advancements, and to go abroad, because advanced countries are advanced countries themselves, we have to pioneer the market into the emerging countries. Then it is still a key matter that we are going to seize a lot of potentials in the emerging markets. Even though we focus on the climate finance, and if we want to pioneer the other Asian markets, and if we have something to do, then the private financial institutions, even though they are trying to take part in, and still we have all the boundaries when it comes to the framework and the systems. Let me also deep dive into the system. Last year, I have also highlighted a lot of the remarks, and from that time I was not invited as a speaker. But let me also continuously to share my comments and perspectives. As part of NH Securities and Investments, and we are the subsidiary of the NH Group in Korea, and Basel III is being also applicable to our company. For the making investment as a bank, the capital is to be absolutely reflected within the asset category. As far as we know, there are the two pathways for the carbon trading scheme. Or we do have the allocations of the carbon credits, or the voluntary credits, or VCM. In Europe and Korea and Japan are the countries, or the Australia could be also go for the overlapped mechanisms, and for the support for the businesses, the tools, the intermediaries could be also handled, but still those are really challenging to be fully achieved. As for our company, even though we are still involved in it, costs a lot. So I'd like to also highlight that because for the stock exchange, if we are listed company in the stock exchange, then stakeholders maybe think of the more liquidity and alleviating the risk factors. So as I mentioned earlier, for the companies with a lot of allocations and more carbon credits, so that the carbon credits could be supported to the other companies who need more as a part of the supportive tool. That's why we have to collaborate with the Ministry of Environment and Stock Exchange. Last but not least, the risk values. I believe that to succeed in the market, the venture companies, as we have done a lot of successful outcomes for the public pension fund and tax incentives, are to be more attracted to activate more investment into the Korean market. But still, as we are facing some risk values, or if we don't really have very, very clear pathways from the legal framework and foundation, and we may have seen some limitations. Let's take a look at the current status.
국가가 부여받은 할당 매출권은요.
The allocated carbon credits are the intangible assets.
무형 자산으로 평가가 되고 있습니다.
It is being categorized as intangible outcomes, not the securities.
이런 것들을 좀 제도적으로
I believe that we have to have the rooms for the businesses to cover and enhance their commitments. Even though we talk about the climate finance and climate crisis, but still, there are some impossible ways for the businesses to dive in. Even though we have the good agendas, but still, the robust system is definitely required for the businesses. Next is to attract the foreign investments. It's really, really challenging area.
저희가 선진국에는 굉장히 많은 해외 투자가 나가 있고
We have
저희 회사가 하루에 개인들의
to provide a lot of the overseas investment to the advanced countries. Even we are investing more than the 1 trillion Korean won into the advanced markets.
투자 유치국은 대부분 다
Then what about the
국가란 말입니다.
investment attraction countries? Most of them are the low growth or emerging countries in Asia. And when it comes to the political circumstances and the guidelines for the financial soundness, they have to also go beyond the limitations to attract the more investment into the emerging countries.
되게 제가 실제적인 얘기를 하지만 이해
To give them more ideas,
잘 하실 수 있기를 바라면서 내가 가령 캄보디아는 투자할 수 없지만
even though we have some the limitations to make the investment into the Cambodia, but we may secure some of the funds located or based in Cambodia. Then the funds assets, or we do have the many different types of the different financial instruments and the tools.
그래서 아무리 우리나라의 기후테크 기업이 효과적으로 혁신된 기술을 갖고 있다 하더라도 그 실질적으로 써먹고 세계에 나가기 위해서
Even though we have the innovative the tools and instruments, institutional and the physical and environmental
이 기후테크 시장이 저는
landscape are to be fully supported so that we can upgrade the current status of the environmental sector. I have shared a lot of the many and magnificent milestones, so that's why I would like to share with you. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And now I'd like to invite the Vice President of General Insurance from Samsung Fire and Marine Insurance. And in the presentation material, he was noted down as the director, but he recently promoted to the Vice President. And please welcome him with a big hands. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Is it recorded? Yes. Insurance companies like us live on climate risk. So, climate risk is very closely related to my business. So, I feel a little bit pressure because my presentation is being recorded. As you can see on the left, in 2024, the total loss from natural disaster around the world is about 0.3% of the global GDP, which is about $320 billion. It is on average. So the range is from 0.1% to 0.8%. 0.8% is related to the North America, like LA wildfire, and the North America with high risk of natural disaster, and 0.1 is related to the European countries. When there is a natural disaster, the insurance companies like us pay out a tenth of that one. And the gap between the two values are the protection gap. That is the gap between the economic loss and the insurance company's payout. It means that the economic loss is covered only partially. Like $180 billion are covered by insurance companies, and it is 40% of the Korean annual budget. And Starbucks and Nike's market capitalization value, so it's a huge amount of money. To be more specific, I like to say that the Korean people, it amounts to the food cost of half of the Korean people. 0.1 to 0.8% range. But the OECD made an announcement that by 2050, the global GDP will lose about by 1 to 10% due to the increase in natural disaster. It is very huge amount. 1% of GDP has very big impact. When we think about the COVID-19 period, COVID took 1% of the GDP away. And when there was a financial crisis in 2008, the loss amount was 3% of the GDP. So the GDP loss of 1 to 10% is that the COVID-like economic loss will happen every year. I explained the concept of global protection gap, and you can see the 10-year average, 2023 and 2024 figures. You can see some differences, but the overall trend is increasing. What is interesting here is that the protection gap in North America is 26%, but the protection gap in Asia is about 85%. And in Africa, the value is 94%. It means that the least developed countries are bearing more losses, and they hit hardest from the climate risk. Protection gap, if the protection gap is more than 50%, it will weaken the resilience of the social and economic system. And if we have more protection gap, there will be biggest impact not only on individuals but also on overall economy and society. Let me take you on a real example that is related to Vietnam. There was an industrial park in Vietnam, in northern part of Vietnam, and it was hit hardest by the typhoon. And that industrial park region was developing very fast, and the electric vehicle company like Bingfast was located there, and Apple's parts company was located in that industrial park as well. And that typhoon was the strongest one in 30-year history of Vietnam, and the return period of that kind of typhoon is 100 years. So there were many items to be exported, but export was disrupted because of the typhoon. Climate risk has a big impact on the business operations as well as on the society and economy. It is related to the supply chain risk. The building was collapsed. But the building is a physical one, but with the operation disruption, with the building collapse, there will be more impact on the companies and economy as well. When we consider the economic loss and the insurance companies payout, the protection gap is about 87%. It means that the insurance did not effective to the fullest. And I'd like to take another example. There was a big flood in Namdo in the southern part of Korea. And that photo was taken from POSCO, the Korean steelmaker. Steelmaking companies are the backbone industry, and it is also boosting the local economy as well. But due to this typhoon, the region or the community was hit hardest, which is also related to the disruption of the supply chain as well as the risk of delivery delay. It could weaken the overall competitiveness of the steelmaking industry in Korea. If we compare the economic loss and the insurance payout, protection gap was found to be 97%. Let me look at the problem from different angles. In the risk or climate risk era, the role of the insurance company has changed from the past to the present and to the future. In the past, insurance companies played a role as a shock absorber. When there is an accident and there is a loss, insurance companies pay out the insurance money, and the damaged companies or individuals recover their loss from the insurance money. That was the traditional role and conventional role of the insurance company. With the development of the trade, the marine insurance has been developed. And with the industrialization, insurance on machine also was developed. And after the Second World War, the insurance on aircraft was developed. So as always, insurance companies has developed a very diversified product after changes in our society. But in terms of the climate risk, the role of the insurance companies is not sufficient enough, I think. Nowadays, we can see the changes in the role of the insurance companies. Insurance companies are moving in the direction to focus on protective measures. Our company provides the insurance product, but our research institute developed the sensing system, which is called Smart Sensing System. Smart sensing system is designed to prevent the natural disasters and the climate changes and mitigate the risk of climate change. Insurance companies have additional role that is preventing the risk in advance, an accident in advance. As Mr. Byung pointed out in his presentation, insurance companies are playing the role of the investor that help the transition to carbon neutrality. These days, the U.S. is somewhat slowed down in its move to the carbon neutrality, but as an insurance company, we are playing the role of the investor in relation to Scope 3 as well. There is a big reassurer like Swiss Re, and it says the role of the insurance company should be evolved because insurance companies hold a lot of data, and it can serve as the data hub for the accident, disasters, and risk to move in the direction of reducing the protection gap. So we can expect the role of the insurance company to work as the decision-making governance between the government and the companies. Today's forum topic is about the climate finance, and I'd like to give you two proposals. The first one is that the purpose of disclosure is to improve the transparency, to observe the shocks. Companies, the risk and is closely related to the community economy. Disclosure looks at the exposure level of the company to the risks. And this kind of information should be disclosed in a transparent manner. And through the simulation and scenario analysis, we need to think about the impact. But at the same time, we need to think about the protection gap to look at the preparedness of the company to the risk. In fact, TCFD, as you know, may have the governance strategy matrix target with 4 steps included. And like the allowances and insurances of the companies should be considered to measure the preparedness of the companies to respond to the risk. And my suggestion is to include that kind of preparedness of the company in the disclosure information. It could help investors to make a decision. And the second one is from the perspective of risk prevention. Climate change can be controlled to some extent with our efforts. If there is an event, or if we can utilize the tech, we can mitigate the risks. In fact, when I meet many company or corporate clients, many companies are willing to make an investment in the technologies. But when they make a decision, they need to think about the benefits of the investment, like the tax incentives, or if there is a horrible event, they think about the benefits and they expect the benefits when they make an investment in the technologies. But there is no benefits to be expected. That's why there is no differentiation between the companies who are prepared and who are not prepared. Professor Chung from Seoul National University and our university also formed the council called the Link. Climate policies and technologies are handled in this platform for our society. If you are interested, you can reach out to me for more information. I'd like to summarize my presentation in this slide. In the real world, when we meet our client and provide a service about the climate to the companies, I have gained many knowledge, and I have shared my experience. And thank you very much for your presentation. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Cho from AIGCC for his presentation. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am the team leader for the Korea branch for the AIGCC. I am the Yeon Chung. The asset owner were really well reflected from the previous speaker. And for our organization, we have a member, over 80 members across Asian asset owners and asset managers. So we do have the institutional investors across the region, and while gathering the institutional investors, we are the Asia Investor Group on climate change for investors.
제가 이러한 발제들을 매번 할 때마다 질문을
Every time I give the presentation, as a part of the freely asked questions, is that probably the participants in the audience could be focused on a lot of the benefits and the outcomes from the investment. But when it comes to perspective for the institutional investors to earn a lot of the money, we have to define the concept and why we have to focus on initiative from the overseas and global investors. Let me share with you the pathway and the roadmap. For our group at AIGCC, we have also the theory of the change, how we are going to deliver the changes. And every time we like to introduce this concept. For the institutional investor, they are taking the duty of the fiduciary. For example, the public pension fund are being handled by the public pension the funds organization. So not only for the financial but non-financial category, you have to take a lot of the very sophisticated perspective for the operation. Like MTS could be also well traded from the general and the individual investors by including the public funds and public pension funds, because when it comes to the mid-long-term perspective, we have to focus on the framework for the institutional investors. That's why we are on the same page and alignment with the Paris agreements for the policy engagement. For example, we can ask about the timeline for the disclosures from the institutional investors and the assets that they are going to invest in. For example, the climate action 100 plus, for example, POSCO and Capco, SK Innovation, Samsung Electronics, which are the large emitters, are the one of the key subjects that we are going to visit their sites to ask their plans for the net zero and the carbon emission reduction targets. That's why the institutional investors are taking these lot of efforts in researching these areas. I believe that this is the area for the considerations into the climate crisis among institutional investors. In a nutshell, the continuously manners for the mid to the long-term perspective are to be reflected. So that's why we have to very close and look at the climate crisis. And we are also joined by the participants from the Bank of Korea. We have to also bear the burdens in a faster manner. For example, if we also have the target as 1.5%, the targets, and we have a lot of debates. And for example, not only in Korea, but also other countries, as a part of the investment destinations, that's why we have to pushing a lot of efforts for the getting prepared. I think that Korea is also one of the pioneering countries to come up with these measures. The carbon credits and transition finance and climate finance. I'm also on the same page that these terminologies are really key pillars. But not only that, domestic funds and domestic bonds and overseas funds and all the incentives are to be well considered. And once every time we have the questionnaire, the responsibilities and obligations of the fiduciary and stewardship activities are the one of the key focus of the institutional investors to make their measures in terms of the climate risk. As one of the non-member, APG is based in the Netherlands as an asset owner. For the APG, as far as I know, by 2030, the asset and securities portfolio, and by 2050, all the investment portfolio are going to be convertible into the net zero initiative. And to achieve their goals, as I mentioned before, a lot of the major policy engagement are the pathways for them to engage into the asset management and asset ownership. That's what we have seen a lot of the phenomenon across one of the countries. In the morning session for the net zero target and as part of the sustainability disclosure, as we also gather a lot of institutional investors, and we also gave and provided the proposal and recommendations to the Korea Accounting Institute. We refer to the 3 key points here. First and foremost, by 2024, we have to come up with the concrete roadmaps for all the implementations of the mandatory requirements for the sustainability disclosure. Second, by 2026, the listed companies with more than the market cap of the 2 trillion Korean won are to be come up with a climate-related disclosure. And the third, we have to come up with English translated the versions for the sustainability disclosures from the Korean businesses, as we do have the many different countries like Korea, China, Taiwan, and Indonesia. And I believe that we have a lot of diverse countries for that ISSB aligned, and we do have to come up with the comparison analysis between Korea and other countries. So now it's limiting on the context in Korea, but there's a Bloomberg, ASC, and we have to absolutely refer to the disclosure so that we can download and make the decisions for the investment. It's a responsible investment, or positive, negative, or ESG integration are the ones that we have to focus on in the measuring that net zero, and we can go forward based on the sustainability disclosure. As highlighted before, let me skip this slide, but in other countries, and they have already reaffirmed the initiatives for the mandatory requirements, and based on the EU omnibus, there are a lot of the progressive countries for come up with more results and commitments for the sustainability disclosure. And I believe the Korean companies, like the companies with more than 2 trillion Korean won or 20 trillion Korean won, and I believe that for the scope 3, so by assuming that scope 3 as a mandatory requirements in the future, that we have also some the time, because that can be pushed some the burdens on the companies, especially for the large emitters. I think that we have to push more requirements for the large emitting companies first and foremost, so that if they have the best practices, so that the green investments or the net zero objective could be well proposed, making the real and concrete actions forward. Likewise, not only for the corporate disclosures, but also to consider climate risk for the institutional investors, then policy engagement is one of the way. But not only for the policy engagement, but they have to come up with their country's context with their political and policy context. For example, UNFC, the finance for the Bloomberg, they are coming with the country-specific, the carbon policies with the 6 categories, and they have the scoring system from the 1 to 6, or from the 6 to 30, 6 score in a total. They are trying to analyze the scoreboard based on the carbon emissions and carbon objective. I'm pretty sure that if you have heard of the sovereign the climate-related, the risk and opportunities are well analyzed for the institutional investors, and risk and opportunities are well evaluated based on the tools of the measurement. So as for the institutional investors, they are not only looking at the corporate disclosures, especially for the foreign investors, not only just looking at the corporate disclosures, but also the policies in each country. For example, if they have the concrete goals by up to 25% or some other percentage, they are taking very close look at the physical risk, as we have listened to the previous presentations. Not only for the transition risk, but also the corporate-related, the physical risk are the ones that can be also well analyzed and reviewed by the institutional investors. For example, in Hong Kong, the typhoon, as we have listened to a lot of the best practices from the Tier 1 to Tier 10 are being categorized, and Tier 10 is the hardest one. It's probably taking about every 3 or 4 years, but we have encountered twice per this year. But for the institutional investors like the POSCO, because they are taking very keen eye on the investments, because if there is any the risk factors from the climate risk, and they are still not only have the clear ideas how to come up with the measures after the investments into the sectors after the natural disaster, so that quantitative assessments are one of the key pathway for the institutional investors. In this regard, it's not only just limited in other countries, and absolutely we have to consider the context in the Korean market. With the rapid increase in the KOSP market, we have seen a lot of attractions from the overseas investors, and for about 2 or 3 weeks, and we have seen a lot of the huge flock into the Korean market from the international investors, so that the Tokyo, Singapore, and Hong Kong, they're traveling a long way of these regions. But about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and we have seen a lot of the number of the investors from the visiting to the Korea exchange, and they are showing a lot of very strong commitments for the policies, for the climate policies in the Korean government. And we have said a lot of the good dialogues, and especially as we have also had the luncheon at the Special Committee for the Climate Investments under the National Assembly. By hosting those forums, I believe that KGS, the climate, the changes when it comes to Korea commissions, and like from the 51%, 420 trillion won is the estimated target of the investments. And they have also said that every time we see the transitions of the administrations and the consistency is one of the very key focus for the institutional investors from the other countries. In this regard, that they are trying to learn more and more as a gradual manner for the Korean market. So please be aware of these phenomena. Like for the global institutional investors, they are very closely look at the philosophy and the policy for the climate circumstances in each country. In a nutshell, the disclosure is the starting point for the investment. Of course, the disclosure is being visualized, and disclosure could be tried multiple times and to give the very specific information for the getting and attracting investments. It's a really tough journey, but disclosure is the one that we have to show to the investors. But at the same time, for the asset manager and asset owners, and based on that, this information is the fundamental information for them to refer to. I believe that's a starting point for the climate finance. Throughout the journey and for the Korean market, we have to follow the space and we have to follow the suite of other countries, so that international, the market, the Korean market is to also focus on a lot of efforts, including the feedbacks, so that we have to set our own the journey and our goals. And going forward for the international investors, and of course, disclosure is one of the mandatory that they could refer to. And policy engagement is another way that they could take a look at. So the consistency of the policies are the one that I'd like to recommend. And last but not least, let me also highlight here is that there's the saying a quote here. For the valuables in the Korea stock market, we do have the climate values is the one, so that for the large emitters, and then we have to provide consistency measures and support for the large emitter companies, so that within the portfolio, the climate risk factors are to be absolutely come up with the climate values. But please just refer to these terminologies, and climate values are the one that we have to take a look at in the long-term perspective. Thank you very much for your attention.
조대현 팀장님의 발제 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We are waiting for the last speaker of the presentation session. We will listen to the presentation from Ms. Kwon Mi-hyuk from PwC's Hamil accounting firm. Please welcome her with a big hand. Good afternoon. My name is Kwon Mi-hyuk, the partner accountant of the PwC Hamil accounting firm, and I'd like to talk about the necessity for the climate disclosure and how to have the quality climate disclosure. When I listen to the previous speaker, it is like a wrap-up of the previous speaker's presentation. Here is the content of my presentation covering the topics presented by the previous speakers. First, I'd like to talk about the necessity of the climate disclosure and what kind of policies and the mechanisms are being developed, and what is the current status of Korea, and what is the global solution and our roadmap. The first topic is the need for climate disclosure. As Mr. Kwon pointed out, how much impact does it have on the GDP? Many institutions analyzed the impact, and I refer to the analysis from the Swiss Lee. And if we keep the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius, 2 degrees Celsius, or 3 degrees Celsius, there will be different impact. And how we can reduce the climate or temperature increase. The higher the temperature, the more the GDP reduction. And you can see this global impact on the website. And 1.5 degrees Celsius increase is the global average. And some regions experience higher temperature and some regions experience less temperature increase. And you can see the ASEAN countries are experiencing the biggest impact. So if your supply chain is concentrated on the ASEAN region, you will be impacted more than other regions. And there were many analyses from many institutes. Like the Potsdam Climate Impact Research Institute, it says that by 2050, the economic loss will be estimated to be 6 times of the reduction cost to achieve the Paris Agreement. So it is economically beneficial to reduce the climate impact. And the New South Wales University also analyzed the impact. The estimation of the GDP decrease by 4% is the sum of the regional account. And the Burke 2015 said that if the impact is interconnected between the regions, there will be a bigger impact on the GDP. As you can see, the existing assumption is minus 28% and re-estimation is 86%. As many people pointed out, the virtuous circle based on trust is important. Companies need to act differently, and the starting point is transparent disclosure and integrated assurance. There should be a reliable and transparent information, and if we win the trust from the investors, we need to allocate the capital efficiently, considering the eco-friendliness and sustainability. Putting more capital to the sustainable companies. This is to create the virtuous circle, which is sustainable. In order to encourage the virtuous circle, I'd like to talk about the current status. IFRS presented the standardized disclosure standards, which was presented in the morning session, so I'd like to skip this part. And I'd like to talk about the regulation direction. The EU CSRD said that the omnibus package is not the changes in essence. EU is adjusting the pace because the existing regulation or requirements was too strict and too hard, because they request the disclosure requirement for a very small company with employees of 10 or 15 people. And this is applicable to the mother company, which is located outside of the EU. And ESG disclosure becomes mandatory, but non-EU companies do not require the parent company located outside the country to disclose mandatorily. So EU had very strict regulations. So their changes seem that they are slowing down their pace, but it's not the case. And the US SEC climate disclosure regulation is put on hold due to the lawsuit. And under the Trump administration, it may be hard to apply and implement this one. But it has a signal for other countries like Korea. It is the recognition by the regulator that the climate is closely related to the financial performance. And the climate-related information should be included in the financial statement with the third-party assurance. And now let me talk about the current status of Korea. After the assurance of the ESG report, here is the results. Some companies have higher reliability of the data, but most of the companies provide the report in Excel form, which does not include subsidiaries in other countries. So subsidiaries in other countries are not covered in the sustainability report. So the integrity and the reliability of the sustainability report is not that high. And ESG information is delivered in various forms, like the ESG report, business report, governance report, and the environmental information disclosure system. And each channel may have different information. So the information in different channels is not consistent. And we are requiring the consolidated financial statement companies, and the scope is consolidated financial statement companies. So the dependent companies need to be disclosed as well, along with the parent company. But currently, many companies disclose the ESG information about the company, as well as the high-performing subsidiary companies or consolidated companies in the sustainability report. So from the other countries' perspective, it may be hard to understand because many companies are going through the independent assurance, even though it is not mandatory. It is voluntary, but high number of companies are going through the assurance. After the assurance, the PDF file on the website are sometimes changed. It is not possible to change the financial statement after the release of the audit report. But if the change is not avoidable, the audit report should have the justification for the change. But for the ESG report in Korea, after the verification or assurance by the third party, the final PDF version are sometimes changed. These days, at current stage, it is not mandatory disclosure, but everyone here recognizes that the sustainability information is very important in decision making. And in order to ensure the reliability of the sustainability report, the assurance is very important. Because after the making the investment decision, the disclosed information may be changed. So we need to have the institution that prevents the change of the final version of the assured report. And under the voluntary disclosure system, companies are not willing to disclose the information that may work against them. And this is from the recent conference regarding the climate resilience and disclosure quality. And the disclosure rate regarding the business scoped major assumptions and analysis period was just 3%. So how to find the global solution to solve the current issues? In order to reduce the reliability gap, assurance procedure needs to be established and the integrated assurance standards ISSA 5000 emerged. Previously, AS 1000, ISA 3000 were the standards for the sustainability report, but ISSA 5000 is just for the assurance of the sustainability report. And international audit assurance committee established the standard. ISSA 5000 has important points. At the left side, it says the understanding of internal control and risk assessment. It is very limited to verify the risk and the internal control. In the data collection stage, it needs to be reliable. So ISSA 5000 checks whether the company has the proper internal control system. And the second one is that the sustainability information includes the value chain. So how to evaluate the value chain. And financial statement disclosure is also requested. So when and how to communicate with the auditor is also defined in the ISSA 5000. And the assurance process as well as the double materiality are also covered in this standard. And there is a framework for the internal control, and COSO established and announced the ICSR to ensure the reliability, transparency, and the auditability as an integrated control system. So this is a kind of framework to identify the control system. So what could be our roadmap for the future? It may be easy, but it's not easy to implement. In order to introduce the assurance system, we need to think about who is the qualified entity to assure the information and what could be the basis for the assurance. And in the implementation stage, it may not be easy to apply this system to all at once. So we should think about a phased approach. And as a part of the phased approach, we can start with the review. And if time goes by, the large companies can be a broader requirement. And in order to ensure the reliability of the data, we need to think about how to improve the assurance. And there are assumptions in the future in how to verify the data about the assumptions. Financial statements has also assumptions. And when we think about the method of evaluating assumptions, they consider the input data sources as well as the information. So the verifiers can check the comparability and consistency for assurance as well. The sustainability information includes a lot of presumed assumptions, so it may be hard to predict the future properly and accurately. But we should think about reasonable way to regulate the presumed assumptions. If there was no problem with the input data for the assumptions, the companies should be exempt from the potential errors or potential misinformation. And the disclosure is not the cost, but the source of value creation. And ISA 5000 is the essential infrastructure to improve the global competitiveness. That's all from my side. Thank you very much for your presentation. So we have listened to 5 presentations, and thank you very much for your valuable presentation. Now we will organize the floor for about 10 minutes for arranging the venue, and then we will start the panel discussion session. So we will have a 10-minute break.
이제 곧 토론 세션이 시작될 예정이오니
We are going to begin the panel discussion, so we kindly ask all the participants to take your seats within the venue. Thank you.
오후 세션의 토론자분들께서는
For the afternoon session, we will kindly ask the panelists to take your seats on the stage. Thank you.
네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Once again, I'd like
토론
to
세션의 토론자분들께서는
announce that we're going to start the panel discussion shortly. So all the panelists and moderator, please come up to the stage for taking your seats. Thank you very much.
안녕하십니까. 지금부터
Good afternoon. We are going to start the panel discussion in the afternoon session on the topic of the climate risk and investment, financial market responses, and the role of disclosure. The previous presentation shared diverse perspectives on how to measure the climate risk within the financial and insurance systems and how to link this to investment decisions and disclosure frameworks. For today's panel discussion, we are going to expand on these discussions with experts from various fields to explore the practical direction and policy implications of climate risk management. Before we begin the panel discussion, I'd like to introduce our moderator and panelists. For the panel discussion, we have the one moderator and the 5 panelists. First and foremost, the moderator will be the Soo Jung-jung, the professor of the Seoul National University at the Graduate School of the Environmental Studies. Next, the first panelist is the Kyung-min Kim, the head of the ESG Center at the Korea Development Bank. Mr. Jae-hyun Park, the head of the ESG Impact Hub at EY Hanyang. Seung-ho Na, head of the Sustainable Growth Divisions at the Bank of Korea. Young-jun Cho, director of the Sustainable Management Institute at the Korea Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And Minnie Chang, head of the Physical Climate Risk Divisions at the Climate Tech Center. So we are having a total of 5 panelists. I'd like to begin the panel discussion from now on. The moderator, the floor is yours, Professor Soo Jung-jung. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I am the Professor Soo Jung-jung of the Seoul National University. I'd like to thank all of you for taking your invaluable time from the morning session. Now the time is already approached the 4 p.m. and I remember all of you, each of your faces, and still we have some missing and vacant seats. Anyhow, before we begin the panel discussion, as introduced before, the panelists, if you don't mind, could you elaborate on the roles and responsibilities up to 1 minute? First and foremost, on my right side, please introduce yourself. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am the head of the ESG Center at the Korea Development Bank. I am the Kyung-min Kim. As for our ESG Center, was launched in 2021. Since then, we have been working on the climate finance as part of our major roles. And recently, up to now, especially for the social, the finance, we don't really have the clear standards yet in Korea. So internally, as for the green finance and green finance-based system, as well as the social finance, and we are trying to come up with our own standards so that we are pushing forward for the sustainability disclosures. And as for the sustainable management, we are conducting the overall management on behalf of our company. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am from the EY Hanyang ESG Impact Hub. I am the Jae-hyun Park.
In the morning session, Ms. Julia Tay talked about the national policies, and I like to talk about the services provided to the companies for the disclosure. We provide the services for the disclosure, and we also provide services for the climate-related technologies, as well as the institutional policy advices. We are providing the overall ESG services to the companies, and thank you for inviting me. When I answer to the questions, my answers will be based on the real-world experiences and my business experiences. So I'd like to share with you my actual experiences in the field. Good afternoon. I'm the director of the Sustainable Growth Office of Bank of Korea. My name is Na Sung-ho. My office has many teams related to the climate under the Bank of Korea, and it has been integrated into one center. And there was a consensus to make one organization for the sustainability, and I have been in this position for about 2 years. Bank of Korea thinks that the climate has negative impact on the price, and it could lead to the impact on the companies, and financial companies holding the exposures could be impacted regarding its soundness. So it is directly related to the financial soundness as well. The Bank of Korea is directly related to the climate risk, and it is very relevant topic for our business as well. That's the background of the birth of our Sustainable Growth Office. I am director of the Sustainable Management Institute at the Korea Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Back in the early 2000s, Sustainable Management Institute was founded for the environmental topics, and as we have the chairman, Taewon Choi, and we have expanded a lot of the different roles, especially the ESG or the carbon neutrality and the green energy and energy transition. And we have all the dedicated departments. And also, the Carbon Reduction Assurance Center is being also involved. In addition, because I believe that we have a lot of the societal issues involved, and every year we have the sustainable and the social values faster is being held every year, so that throughout the contributions of the businesses, we are trying to contribute a lot for these matters, and we are especially taking on a lot of the roles and responsibilities for the new and emerging industries. ESG and the climate finances and the NDC is also one of the key pillars. In addition, for the businesses side, I'd like to also encourage for them to be dealt with and get prepared for the new agendas under the climate finance. And for businesses, and the chamber, Korea Chamber of Commerce and Industry, is trying to support the reference and training or consultation materials to the businesses. And mainly we are involving in the on-site experiences for them to share their know-how and their experiences. As we have also listened to the presentations, mainly they were talking on the very practical manners of the businesses, especially for the sustainability and climate disclosures, as well as the green transitions. I believe that I'd like to share with you the more perspectives when it comes to those matters. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jang Min-hee from the Seoul National University Climate Tech Center. I majored in natural science and I also studied the typhoon. And starting from last year, I have been involved in the work at the Climate Tech Center. And currently, I'm providing the physical risk advice to private companies. And I'm providing and developing the software for diagnosing the physical risks for the companies.
방금 들으신 이 다섯 분의
As we have all the comments from the five panelists, we'd like to continue our panel discussion. And personally, I believe that, as also Min-hyuk Chang mentioned earlier, as for the Climate Tech Center, is trying to nurture the climate tech industry. And probably we are getting a lot of the questions why we are hosting this type of the forums, especially the climate related information are to be well and accurately delivered. So based on our accuracy, the financial information are to be well delivered with a more sophisticated manner for the businesses. Without that, we cannot really go further. That's why the principle, so that we have to solve those problems with our technology. In addition, in the morning session, as we have also listened to the presentation from the SNU, Seoul National University, the Center for Energy and Law and Policy, especially the legal framework and institutions and the finances and technologies are to be well intertwined. But indeed, if we're dealing with the climate issues, and we don't really have very complex and very integrated the solutions, of course, a lot of the government authorities and financial firms are talking a lot. But probably they are saying very different pages and they're still focusing on their own perspectives. But that's one of the reasons that we are hosting today's forum for the Asia Climate Finance Forum. When it comes to presentations in the afternoon session, how to define the climate finance as part of the accounting and sustainability framework were really well delivered and presented. And for the financial market, as well as industrial practices across the sustainability disclosures, and like to invite our panelists to share their comments. First and foremost, we'd like to also invite Kyung-min Kim.
In the previous presentation, AIGCC and insurance companies like Samsung insurance companies make a decision considering the climate risks and what kind of strategies are being implemented. So, from the perspective of KDB, what is the most important factor to be considered? And in the future, what kind of information should be incorporated into the climate disclosure information? As our forum title is Asia Climate Finance Forum, when we defined the finance, Korea has the green finance. That is the basis for our approach. And the green taxonomy is the basis that combines climate and finance together. Some people are also talking about the transition finance as part of the climate finance. When we use the term, we need to think about the clear definition. Whether our topic is related to green finance or the transition finance in the future. As I mentioned earlier, the climate finance is part of the green finance. And when we perform our activities, the taxonomy should be considered very well. Basically speaking, when we talk about the green finance, it is to have the procedure to determine the green aspect of the finance. For the general finance, accounting firms check the business report, interim report, like half-yearly report. And that is the basis for the green finance. And there was the guideline about the green loan management released by the FSC and FSS, and the assurance criteria should be met, and the exclusion and inclusion criteria should be clearly set. And if all those criteria are met, we can call a certain finance as green finance. But sometimes we found out that there is no way for us to identify the information very clearly. We don't have any source to secure that kind of information to determine the green element of the finance. Sometimes we, in the practical field, say that it's like to implement a green finance without any background information. So green loan is based on the green taxonomy, and it needs to go through the judgment on whether it is the green finance or not. And sales information, CAPEX, OPEX are the three KPIs we consider, and this kind of information should be assured by the third party. And there is the term like third party assurance, and assured information should be shared in the platform as part of disclosure. And if it becomes possible, financial companies will face very convenient use of that information. And in this part, I like to say that financial companies and institutions are competing each other. In order to achieve the data, they feel burdened because if many people request the information, the financial companies will face burden. So the information related to the green activities should be disclosed, I think. And KSSB does not have the specific information about the green finance. And previously, we have looked at the overseas cases, and other countries started their activities in 2016, and they established a 10 action plan in 2018. And the first one is the taxonomy. And another one is the sustainable account disclosure. As I mentioned earlier, the three KPIs, CAPEX, OPEX, and the revenues are disclosed. Korea has K taxonomy, and the information related to the company's green activities should be incorporated into the disclosure information, so the financial institutions can utilize this information. Thank you very much. Next, we'd like to invite Mr. Seung-ho from the Bank of Korea. The previous panelists touched upon the financial measures. So as part of the bank, to upgrade the measures for the risk, could you elaborate on any measures and efforts that you're handling? On behalf of the Bank of Korea, let me also share with you how to manage risk in the market. Especially one of the largest projects is the risk stress test.
그동안 많이 여기저기서 제가
And so far, I have mentioned a lot of these topics already, but some of you are not really familiar with those projects, so let me elaborate on these. The transition risk, physical risk, we have many different types of the risk. And back in 2021, the physical risk and the transition risk in 2022, as well as any risk measures across the overseas market, we have to vary the phase-in, the manner for our testing. But as a part of the integrated test, which is the stress test, was launched as of last year and in May this year. And we have about 15 financial institutions and banks, along with the Financial Supervisory Service of Korea. And the bottom-up and top-down approaches were well applied. And the financial institutions, and we tried to come up with the more comprehensive mechanisms. And as of this year, in May, we published the result. Back in October last year, 1.5 degrees Celsius or 1.3, 1.2 degrees Celsius as part of the limited increasing global temperatures and industry-specific and country-specific. And we took the scenario base as of last year, and based on those analyses, upon the expected scenarios that the business and industries, the expected outcomes or PPD or LGD, based on the outcomes of the scenario analysis, we have already our publication. If you need more assistance, and please log in our official website of the bank, and upon your request, we are willing to share more data with you. And next project, so with the 15 financial institutions, I assume that it's a large financial banks, the mid and the small and medium-sized institutions. They don't really have enough resources to take part in this project. So upon getting support, about the 4 rounds of the project were conducted for the 20 institutions, starting from this summer and autumn this year. We provided the support for the banks and the insurance industry, respectively, for them to analyze each scenario, and the PG and LG works to expected outcomes throughout the scenario-based analysis. And I was really surprised to see that because the engagement rate from the financial institutions were really high, especially even though they are the small and medium-sized institutions, and they took a lot of interest in those projects. That's why we have come up with the very successful outcomes. In this regard, the many diverse the tools were reflected for the 10 or 15, even up to the 100 years as a timeline. But for this year, especially for next year, 2026, the short-term scenario is one of our key focus. For example, carbon credits or the carbon trading mechanisms could be also well embedded. For example, the inflations or the many different parameters as for the reference materials, then how the financial institutions are going to impact it as part of the stress from those changes from the market. That's also one of the areas that we are going to conduct the analysis as of next year. And as part of that, we are having the engagement with the Financial Supervisor Service of Korea, and we do have the more project going forward. So as we are joined by a lot of participants from the financial institutions, we want to encourage all of you to take part in this project. In the near-term perspective, I sincerely hope that, especially for the Finance Services Commission and Finance Supervisor Service, we want to have the more regular and mandatory the pathway for the making measures and guidance on the climate risk and the framework. I believe that this is one of the targets that we have to fulfill. And climate-related project and the systems. And we cannot only do very well from the beginning stage. We have to collaborate all together with the different stakeholders. We cannot do on our own. So I'd like to invite all of you to take part in this journey. Thank you very much.
김경민 센터장님께
So,
묻고 싶은데요. 어떻게 보면 이제
경민 김.
지원에 관련해서 결국에는 지금
So, in the end,
또 뭐 기울이지 대응이냐
the disclosure is part of responding to climate change. And we have another goal to achieve the NDC.
또 하나 새로운 규제인데
It is another regulation, and these should go hand in hand.
국민권에서 지원하기 위해 국가가 어떻게 해야 되는
So, what does country do? So, what kind of support and institutions are necessary to support?
11월 초에 저희가 이제
Early November,
다시 35년까지
NDC 2035 was released, and there's a request from outside. Financial institutions need to measure the emissions and manage the emissions well to contribute to achieve the NDC. And financial institutions are considering a lot to help achieve the NDC. And how to contribute to achieving the NDC? The key here is prepared by the Financial Service Commission, and financial institutions can play an important role in achieving the NDC because the financial emissions from the financial industry is calculated based on the formula, and the denominator is related to the loan amount.
실제 이제 지금 그걸 그럼 배출량에 대한 정보가 일단 정확한지
So we need to check the accuracy of the disclosed information, but sometimes the companies does not know the reason why they have the higher or lower emissions. It could be related to the reduced production activities, or the assets could be changed. But the assets is not related to the actual emissions itself. So, in fact, when we manage the emissions from the financial industry, we don't clearly understand what kind of standards are used. TCFD disclosure and objectives and metrics and the transition strategies are relevant to this topic. In terms of green finance, or our activities are not relevant, but in Korea we have two standards under review. The first one is the transition strategies of the companies. If companies set the goal of the emissions, and if they have the transition strategy, we can provide the capital to the companies. That is the one part under review from the government. And here, the financial loan is calculated considering the actual carbon reduction activities of companies, and the only basis is the financial transition finance. If the industry has higher dependence on the manufacturing industry, and given our structure, companies will see the increased role of the transition finance. But the key here is that companies need to establish the transition strategy and plan, but there is no clear guideline. The Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy is establishing the standard, but we don't have the established standard yet. And from the financial companies,
companies or institutions, then we can implement the transition finance. Financial institutions need to make a decision on the transition plan made by the companies. The government does not have the infrastructure to evaluate the plan. And the commitment of the financial institutions and engagement of the financial institutions is very important. For example, as is like this, and to be is based on the transition plan, and the companies borrow money based on the transition plan. But if the transition plan is not achieved, our financial companies and institutions should be involved. So that kind of engagement should be in place. And what could be the guideline in such a case? The need for transition finance is very high, but the infrastructure is not that sufficient enough for the transition finance. I think this kind of discussion is the forum for Korean companies. For example, companies that belong to a certain industry should listen to the stories and the opinion from other industries, and we need to think about the available technologies to use. But the people in the industry are talking about their difficulties. So, in order to achieve the NDC, the environmental experts and professionals should be invited for discussion. From the financial perspective, all things come down to the money. So infrastructure, what kind of infrastructure is necessary to input the money? That kind of discussion should be conducted sufficiently, and we need to complete each step one by one. We may be a late starter, but we can implement such strategies successfully. In this regard, the discussion on transition finance is advanced in Japan compared to Korea because Japan classified green as green, and they are talking about the transition finance separately. In last May, they established a standard for the transition finance, like GX analysis. That kind of technology was necessary, and the strategist is also necessary. GX event-related technology development was necessary, and how to negotiate with investors like GX Communicate has become important. So, with the institutional infrastructure, how to utilize the analysts and how to nurture the professionals should be discussed step by step. And through the transition finance, I think we can contribute to the NDC achievements. So money matters, you say, and we had hard time in R&D budget cut. But you said that industrial policy should be the prerequisite for the transition finance. And I'd like to listen to the opinion from Mr. Na from Bank of Korea. It should be combined in one ecosystem, and to establish the ecosystem, what kind of efforts or collaboration is necessary? We have received already questionnaire in advance, but each question is really tough to give the answers. And still the questions themselves are really abstract, because if you think of the ecosystem, if you look at the natural phenomenon, if we have one ecosystem and we can have all the collaborations for each one of you to contribute your own efforts, and within the same objective, we can go for the cooperation or collaboration. Sometimes we may face some competitions. So that's how we have come up with the more ecosystem based on the evolution. To drive the ecosystem, what effort should we achieve? And the question itself is really challenging and tricky for me to give the answers. First and foremost, I think that we have to go in line with the market principles. For the finance institutions and businesses, when it comes to market principles, and we have to have some motivations to get the profits, right? As for the profits, in a simple manner, the greenwashing or avoidance of the cost could be also one of the options. Or we may also have the gain profits to have the more returns, but at the same time we can gain profits by alleviating the risk. But we have to also consider the risk. If we have the high risk, and still these are the one of the very loopholes that we cannot really get a lot of profits. At the same time, by considering the risk factors, so that we can attract the more investments with ensuring the profitabilities while reducing the risk factors. And for all the stakeholders, the risk and the returns on investment are well considered. That can be also lead to the ripple impact on incentives so that the ecosystem can be operated. In doing so, because we have the climate disclosure as one of the key topics of the forum today, in a nutshell, we have to have the playground. If we want to play the soccer, we have to apply the rules and the goalkeeping, all the necessary requirements and instruments which are to be required by, for example, the host, which is the government. The rules and the mechanism for the sports like the soccer, and we have to absolutely go for the informations and tax incentives and tax relief are being also supported by the government. The climate disclosures as a part of the Korea Accounting Institute, as a responsible authority, we have seen a lot of the more already, the tangible outcomes, have more concrete, the pathways, as far as I know. So indeed, I'm not only saying that we have all detail or very obscure the requirements for the framework as of now, but even though we have very loose regulations or even though we have the loose framework, it's really important to start and kick off the mechanism so that we can go through the verifications in strengthening the efforts as part of the post-management, or we can go in very detail in the more, the make the specific and the more detailed the manners for the ecosystem, which can be also more mature, I think. Thank you very much for your good comments. I'd like to open the floor for any questions or any comments. My next question goes to the JM Park of the EY. I'm pretty sure that you're working with a lot of the businesses as part of your consultation and the counseling services. So what was the most challenging part as part of your work? Please also be frank. Thank you.
As many speakers said, it's hard to be 100% frank. But I like to talk about two difficulties in the real-world practice. There are a lot of discussions on this topic, and many companies are the first to deal with the climate data from the financial industry to the manufacturing industry. And second one is financial industry is somewhat conservative. and climate finance and transition finance
개선을 이루어지기 위해서는 이런 재무적 부담을
should
측정하고 투자로 이어져야 하는데 이런
have
것들에
the
대한
actual measurement of the financial matters, but the current preparation stage is not 100% enough. I talked 4 pillars: governance strategy, risk management, and the objectives. And these 4 pillars are showing the internal activities of the companies. And I'd like to talk about the difficulties for each pillar. The first one is the governance. Showing the governance
화폐 단위로 환산이 되지 않으니까
is not translated into the currency terms, unlike the financial statement. So
하고 있는지를
we
보여주는 겁니다. 근데 이렇게 들어보면
need to check.
net zero 이런 것들 기업들이 많이
But many companies are declaring the net zero, like manufacturing companies, and the financial institutions are declaring the net zero objectives. But technological investment roadmap and equipment improvement plan and that kind of follow-up actions should have been in place. But internally, it's not hard to have such a follow-up plan. And for the financial institutions, with the changes in the portfolio, it is a very important decision making. And the CEO in the field cannot make an easy decision. As one researcher pointed out earlier, the decision making can happen later. So, it is very important to ensure the expertise of the decision-making body. Currently, CO2 definition is not clearly well understood among the board of directors sometimes. And the second one is related to the risks and strategies. In order to implement this, measurement is very important. There should be an information to be measured for decision making. And businesses are surveyed, and they pointed out 3 difficulties. The first one is the financial capabilities related to the transition and physical risks, and the resources allocation, which is the very difficult part. And the third one is the financial related theme. Measuring the physical risks is not that easy. And each company has its own factors that have an impact on their business, like the torrential rains or heavy rains or other natural disasters. So convergent factors should be multiplied to measure the impact, and each step is provided with different data. Seoul National University and other entities are providing the prediction data, so it does not have the comparability. That's the difficult part. In terms of the reliability issues, there is issue in the physical risk. Many companies like IAEA use the IAEA scenarios composed of macro variables. So I think it's a good direction, but still, transition risks of many companies, market reputations are considered as the separate one from the business. So it is hard to measure and evaluate such risks.
금융업종이라고 얘기한다면 고탄소
High carbon
기회비용,
investment,
전환기업
lost opportunity,
실제
or
저리자금을 제공했을
the
때의
transition
특성 약화,
capital
그다음에 자산
leading to
구성의
the
변화에 따른
reduced
위험 가중
profitability and risk-weighted assets
지표의 이런 지표들을 전사처로
and the national soundness
구조하지 못하는
indicators are not structured enough.
실질적인 부분들을 보면 실제
When we look at
금융기관들의 이러한
these
전체적인
factors,
내용을 좀 말씀드리면 실제적인 측정, 그다음에
measurement,
그것들에 대한 투자에 대한 직접적인
and the incorporation into the decision making, management, disclosure, and reporting to the board of directors,
조직 차원의 총괄적인 조직과
there is no
capacity building
understanding and capacity building, lacking the talented people. So making a high quality report
그런 것들이 한계가
is becoming hard with many limitations.
그래서 지표 목표에 있어서도 금융대출량 아까 말씀하신
And financial emissions
금융대출량 측정하는 거
measurement
굉장히
is not an easy
자산이 많기
task.
때문에 그 범위와
The scope
거기에서 발생하는
of the assets
대출량을
and the
측정하는 것이
emissions
굉장히
from the
쉽지
assets
않기
are
때문에
not easy.
결과적으로
As a result,
쉽지 않다라는 건
measurement is not that easy. That means that it may be hard to set the objective because of difficulties in measuring.
결과적으로 이러한 많은 논의들 공시와
So we have many discussions on the disclosures, but we need to think about
그러한 확신을 주는 체계에 대한
the
부분을 앞으로 좀 고민해야
systems with high reliability and confidence, and the government's effort alone is not enough. So we need to establish the collaborative governance structure. Another question is that disclosure was mentioned in many times, and it serves as a protection for the investors. If there is a good disclosure, it could bring more investment. What do you think about that?
앞서 센터장님이나 국장님 말씀하신
As mentioned by the director, if there is a reliable data
검증이라고 하는 거는 데이터의 신뢰성을 투자자가
and limited assurance means that the investors cannot make a clear decision. But if there is assured data and the highly reliable data, we can have a better circumstances. From the financial institutions' perspective, when we look at the emissions, Scope 1, 2 are not taking the big portion for the financial institutions. Scope 3 accounts for the higher portion.
자산의 탄소 집약적 산업에 많은 자본들이 들어가 있다는
It means that many capitals were in the carbon-intensive industries, and that kind of data should be in quantitative terms, but it is not easy to get the quantitative data. What is the most important for the financial institutions is the profitability. The key to the transition finance is to select the right technology and to make the money flow into that technology. CCS, carbon capture strategies, programs do not have the capital flow into it. That is the good technology to reduce the carbon emissions, but the return on investment is not that high, making the private sector to make an investment. When we talk about the climate finance and the transition finance, disclosing good information is important, but in order to bear the tangible results, selection of the technology and discussion on the technology, as well as the capital flow into those promising technologies, should be well managed under the governance. As I mentioned,
외국 기관의
Recently,
위탁을 받아서 이제 AI 데이터
I
센터에 대한
conducted
그 조사를 좀
the survey on AI data center.
굉장히 핫하죠.
AI is a very hot topic these days, but in order to operate the AI, a lot of power resources are necessary, and AI can sometimes called as the energy black hole.
화석 연료라고 한다면
If the power source is coming from the fossil fuel,
리스크가 될 수 있겠죠.
investing in the AI technology could be a risk.
수익원 새로운 사업 영역이 될 테니까 이
So AI could be the new business areas. So when you think about the investment in AI, we need to think about the power sources, whether it is coming from the renewable sources and whether the waste heat is recycled.
데이터 센터에 대한 부분들을 진행할 때도 좀 더
So
전환 금융에 있어서의 하나의 역할
transition finance can play a role in the AI field as well. And in order to better develop the disclosure system in Korea, I think it is better to screen out the good climate technologies and make those technologies to be the world best. I think this forum is talking about the finance with the participants from the government, companies. So academia, government, and companies should establish the platform to improve the awareness on climate, and in the mid to long term, we need to make tangible results. And if we make such a discussion, we can make an improvement. Thank you very much.
Next, we'd like to invite a panelist as the industrial stakeholder. We'd like to invite any comments from the industrial stakeholder. Mr. Cho, on behalf of the Korea Chamber of Commerce and Industry, what are the support measures and activities for the businesses? Could you interest them? Thank you.
일단 기업들이
First and foremost, and for the businesses, we have to reflect the definitions and the perspective of the carbon from the businesses. First, the businesses are trying to reduce the carbon, but still how much they are going to mitigate and reduce the carbon emissions. And the carbon for businesses is absolutely the unit cost and the production cost. We have to think of the two pathways. The fuel consumed for the producing the products and how much they're going to emit is definitely within the scope 1. And as for the scope 2 is relating to the energy. And by combining scope 1 and 2, these are the measures of the calculating. It's based off the production cost. Of course, for businesses, they are trying to lower the unit and the production cost so that they can gain more profitabilities. To reduce the production cost, a lot of the businesses are trying to reduce the production cost. So that's why they are gaining more profitabilities. That's one of the very secret device and secret weapon for businesses to gain the more competitive edge. But nowadays, they don't really have any rooms for reducing any parts because they are just squeezing out to reducing the production cost to maintain their competitiveness in the market. And going forward, while reducing the carbon emissions, they are trying to have some switch over. For example, they have to switch over the sources of energy, which are requiring the low consumptions of the carbon, or the fuel, which are emitting a lot of carbon. They can make some switch on the source of the energy sources and the power consumption. In this regard, it's a more and massive transformation, but at the same time, there are a lot of risk in the industry. As for the financial institutions, and they are considering those matters for making the investments, and for the businesses, they are to come up with the more concrete pathways. For the financial businesses, they can evaluate later on, but for the businesses, for the production side, because they could be facing a lot of the loss. That's why we have to take a very long-term perspective.
이 제조업이 탄소를 많이
As for the manufacturing industry, they are one of the large emitting industry.
이 전환이라는 것.
So as for the transition, it is really tough journey for them. So that the support from the government and the financial instruments are definitely needed for them. Indeed, nevertheless, because we have to see the global, the directions, and to provide a better support for the businesses, that's why we're conducting a lot of activities like seminar. But not only that, and currently, when it comes to the carbon emissions, and I think the most important factor and parameter is how we are going to manage and reduce the carbon emissions. That's why for businesses, the data, the emissions from the businesses are to be well managed in the public sector, and then how we are going to manage the data. So when it comes to data space, that's what we are closely coordinating with the government. If you look at the industrial complexes and to measure the data, we are basically based on the weight values. And that's also one of the concerns for businesses to effectively manage these so IoT-based devices are utilized for the measuring those carbon emissions. Within industrial complexes, what we have some of the tenant companies, and we have been trying to conduct the project for the measurement as well. In addition, like when it comes to seminar and the meetings with the related institutions, and first, we are going focus on the TCFD as well as the TNFD, along with the biodiversity, because in the future, of course, we have terminologies called the climate finance, but that can be also included as the part of the sustainability disclosure. Now, recently, we have also have more emerging topics like human rights. That's why we are conducting a lot of the IOM, the meetings for the human rights as a part of the social factor, as part of the sustainability disclosure. That's why we are conducting a lot of the seminars and meetings with businesses. Most of all, what is more important here is that throughout the dialogue channels, recently the KSSB is one of the agencies that we are collaborating together with all the consultative body for hosting the roundtable sessions, in which the businesses are open to share their comments, the areas of improvements, and the areas that they need some assistance and support. So by utilizing those forums and the channel of the dialogues, of course, they have mentioned a lot of the struggles and burdens for complying with the climate finance, but as a part of the new instruments and the new activities, that's what we have been focusing for supporting our businesses. And recently, as you mentioned before, you did not only mention very clearly, but if we look at some the factors, for example, the measures against the physical risk is probably lag behind compared to the measures against the transition finance. What could be the underlying causes for that? I mentioned before about the production cost for the businesses. So if you look at the transition risk, there are a lot of the systematic measures and systems are being introduced. Of course, for the policy, the NDC is also part of the way, and the carbon, the pricing, and the market demands and regulations are already embedded here. And if we have the fourth carbon trading scheme, in which that the businesses can purchase if they need more carbon emissions and carbon credits, those plans could be well and reflected into the next year's plan and budget. And for the businesses, they have to consider the current latest measures for this year, and then they can plan for the next years. As for the physical risk, we have multiple concerns involved. We have to think of those issues, and challenges could be only one specific company. How to manage and how to measure are the ones that we have to take a close look at it. And for the transition risk, is the risk that we are witnessing in the immediate manner. But for the physical risk, is to be also more concerned in the long-term perspectives.
앞서 말씀드린 대로
And to add more, and for the transition risk,
이 수많은 측정과 관리가
there are a lot of the ways that we can measuring,
되지만
and we are managing across the debates. But for the physical risk,
어떻게 이 측정이 되고
how to measure and how to analyze the scenarios and how to manage the data, and as well as how to introduce the financial instrument, and still we have to upgrade more awareness among the businesses. In this regard, I believe that the physical risks are still not clear as of now, and sometimes this topic could be, well, like the far-sighted phenomenon by a lot of the businesses.
Let me move on to the next topic, which is related to technology. We have talked a lot about the data, and I'd like to talk about the climate-related technical data. My question goes to Ms. Chang from the Climate Tech Center, and many people are talking about the uncertainty and reliability and standardization of the climate data. So what should be done first to ensure the quality? I'd like to talk about the utilization of expertise as well as the technology. Climate disclosure is in its early stage in the institution, and some speakers talk about the safe harbor. So unintentionally, incorrect information may be included in the data. So in order to distribute the reliable information in the market, as pointed out in the discussion and presentations, the third-party assurance should be established. According to the reports from the relevant institutions, 93% of the companies are going through the independent verification and assurance. And most of the focus for the assurance is not about the physical risk. It's focusing on the carbon emissions. And some speakers said that there is no clear assurance standards for the physical risks and assurance. And emissions information does not have the clear assurance standard, so there should be an improvement in the assurance mechanism, and it should be more specific for the quality information. In measuring the physical risk and data is important. Why it is difficult? I'd like to talk about the difficulties. As mentioned by Mr. Cho, for the emissions assurance, there are activity data and the standardized formula for measurement. So it is possible to assure the data to some extent. But in terms of the physical risk, we have the emission scenario, and we are predicting the extreme data for the future forecast, and the dynamics and the relationships of the natural disasters are available, but unavoidably there should be an uncertainty in the data, so we can have uncertain data, or like a signal data, or some data could have many noise. And specific values is not the issue. I think the methodologies should be established and the framework should be established for the physical risks as well. For example, the assumptions reasonable? Was the reasonable method used? The method of dealing with the data and data resolution, and how to deal with the uncertainty in the climate model output. That kind of things should be handled within the framework of assurance system. An assurance mechanism needs to be established and it may take some time for the implementation of the system. So how to deal with the information during the transition period? From my perspective, I can say that analysis should be done and interpretation should be done in a reliable manner, and that should be handled by the professionals and experts. I listened to the opinion that our customers were having difficulties because the experts did not give the clear explanation about their assumptions. So I think capacity building for the experts is important to improve the reliability in the information.
네, 좋은 의견 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
저희가 시간이 지금 다 돼가고 있어서
So we are running out of time.
여기까지 하고 혹시
So I'd like to open the floor for questions.
뭐 오늘 여기 지금 오시기 힘든 분들
We have a very
발표해 주셨던 분한테 질문
good presenters here. So it's a good opportunity for you to ask the question to the experts. So feel free to ask any questions to the presenters here.
학교랑 상황이 비슷하네요. 일과가 끝나가는 시간이 되니까 이제
It's like a school as the day ends. There is no active participation in the discussion. So let me cover the prepared questions. I'd like to give you the question to make Korea as the hub for climate disclosure in Asia. What could be the challenges to overcome in the future? As a climate disclosure hub, and currently this is the ambitious goal as of now. If you look at the cases in China and Japan, that could be really significance that we may follow. As for the examples in China, the financial disclosure as part of the ISSB, they're trying to make the convergence with the localized context and by adding the double materiality, they have their own the local context by also considering the role development. And I believe that they have considered very good significance of the international standards, but at the same time, as a really mega country, they have considered local specific features in China as well.
26년 4월 주요 대기업 450개 대상으로 공시 의무화가 시작되고요.
And from 2026 to 40 companies are the subject of the making the sustainability disclosure. If you look at the cases in Japan,
지속가능성 기준위원회
SSBJ is the responsible authority for the ISSB for the scope 1 and 2 are going to be reflected as the final standards were announced as of March this year, and from 2026 the voluntary disclosure is going to be conducted, but 2017 that is the timeline for the mandatory. So about the 69 companies with more than the market cap value of the 3 trillion Korean won will be the target of the making the sustainability disclosures. As we mentioned before, the market cap values of the 20 trillion won or the 5 trillion won and etc. Because especially for the large emitting companies and industries, we have to focus on some certain areas. So even though we have very high standards, but in order to achieve our NDC, I believe that these are really very effective efforts. Even though we have very high level and standards in the beginning stage, but I think that it's really more, and it's a more for the businesses to alleviate their burdens if they take the gradual manner for achieving their goals into reality. So the cases in China and Japan, I believe the Korean businesses can also absolutely catch up the pace. So if you look at the R&D, especially the science and technology, like we do have many probably advanced best practices in the overseas project, but if we think or if we have some reference from the best practices, yes, we can refer to a lot. But I believe in the finance sector, we have to have more best practices. and lessons learned. And going beyond the Korean market, we need more references and best practices from the overseas if we could more develop our financial market here. I have some more time, so I'd like to invite the Youngjun Cho, the last but not least, for sharing your comments. To manage the risk, it's only going beyond the burden alleviations, but at the same time, we have to focus on the source of business activities for the companies. The paradigm shift and the mindset changes could be also well followed. What's your take on that? As you also mentioned before, if we talk on the physical risk, as a part of the countermeasures, I don't really think that only one company can do alone. We have to move forward and collectively with a lot of stakeholders at the same time. And the first and foremost, to give, and before I give the answers, and as we are joined by a lot of the financial business and the industry, the stakeholders, do you really think that the investments is really highly dependent on the sustainability disclosure and indicators? Because I have also looked at a lot of the sustainability disclosure and why we have to focus on a lot of the concerns faced by the businesses for achieving the sustainability disclosures. Because back in the investments in 2020, if we achieve very good result, and I don't think that we have to gather today throughout the venue and the forum, and probably the business in the industry could be also one of the pioneers and front runners. But if we, that's why that we are gathering today at the forum, because we don't really see a lot of the very tangible outcomes, the profitabilities and the loss as part of the financial indicators. But still, at the same time, we have to add more indicators and metrics. For the financial institutions, please also be frank that if you are really focusing on the sustainability indicators and metrics, if you have any the conflicts of interest between the sustainability disclosure or the short-term profitabilities, do you think that there's the room for the complementing the conflicts of the interest? But I believe that these topics are the ones that we have to solve the wisdoms among the stakeholders like governments, insurance companies, and academia, and in all the financial businesses. As mentioned before, because as for the carbon sectors, it also we have to take a really close look at the cost. And of course, we have done so far only cost-oriented mechanisms were the major principles, for example, CSRD and also CSR. But going forward, like rather than cost and to the opportunities for the investment are really the reflected that we have to take and gather the wisdom. And for the ESG departments and the visions, and I have seen a lot of transition from the ESG or the sustainability into the management philosophy. I think that it's a really key matter that we are going to have focus on the sustainability disclosure and the climate disclosures. I believe these are the transitions and direction for the businesses to really focus on their directions. And we don't really have a lot of the time for the making the actions, but most of all, to have the better result and the better action from the measures, we have to be more prepared. And I believe that for the financial institutions, they have to focus on the more systematic measures for measuring and evaluating the mechanisms. Now is the industrial ecosystem. We have to come up with the more joint countermeasures for the policy, financial, and industries and businesses. All the stakeholders have to come up with the dialogues to showing the actions and mechanisms so that the physical risk, high risk mechanisms, as well as for the mechanism for the supporting the corporates are the one that we can have the massive transitions and transformations in the industry in a nutshell. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have invited many experts to listen to their opinion. And to summary, I'd like to say that there are people like me who has the science background, and I'm interested in climate. And the mainstream of the society is the economics, not the climate. And economists look at the climate in a simple way. But financial statements are very detailed, and when we look at the climate data in detail, it is very complex. So climate data should be interpreted and looked at in a complicated way.
10년 후에 바람이 불지 않는다면 저거는 회수가 안 됩니다.
So if we put the wind farm on the offshore, the assumption could be there will be abundant wind resources. But if there is no wind in the future, the assumptions itself will not be feasible. And who will establish
그럼 우리는 선제적으로 굉장히 고민해야
the
그런 것들이
infrastructure for water resources? So if we consider from this perspective, it could lead to the synergy effect, and climate finance, climate science, and science and technologies are discussed in an integrated manner at the forum like this one, and the National Assembly ESG Forum will get the results of this Asia Climate Finance Forum. And thank you very much for your attendance as well as the participation of the 5 speakers and discussants. Thank you very much.